We are live. So happy 4th of July, everybody. What am I doing today? Adam is working on metrics, i.e. collecting data about important areas. Hey, we're for you. My wife was pretty surprised yesterday, Euphoria. I'll tell this story, I guess, at the beginning of the stream when nobody's here. So whoever's watching the VOD, you get to hear this without having to seek through the video. But yesterday, Euphoria and I were in voice chat, and I have a microphone here. I didn't have it on push to talk, so any sounds Euphoria could hear. And I said something to Euphoria, and my wife repeated it. And then I said, hang on a second, Euphoria. And I muted the mic, and I said, he can hear you. And she was just very taken aback. And then later, Euphoria confirmed it. He said, that's the first time in 2 years I've heard your wife. I said, well, now that you've talked to Euphoria, basically, you might as well just talk to chat at some point. I mean, via text. Anyway, alright, so Adam's working on metrics, collecting data about important areas, like how many accounts were created, or what hardware is most frequently used. I'll just say what weapons are most frequently used. So yeah, we gotta upload the game. But I don't think anything significant changed. We were just working on metric stuff. In fact, I think there was, one commit yesterday? 2 commits. Oh, show bot names. Update bot text component upon updating name. Yeah, I don't really care about this. Yeah, we're not going to do this. We're just going to upload the version that already existed. Because I still have a bug in that bot name code. And there were 45 games played yesterday. I mean, that's definitely not a lot. It's not terrible, though. Okay, cool. Yeah, now we wait. Did you know that the U.S. government is officially on the metric system? I did not know that. Huh. I've said this before, but I think the metric system, the only hard part in adoption is going to be having a relative idea of what you're talking about. So for example, I bet most Americans think in terms of pounds and degrees Fahrenheit and inches and whatever else, and knowing how heavy is 40 kilograms is not going to be immediately easy for an American person to do. I should say someone used to the imperial system. But other than that, I think it's just measurements. Everything else should be pretty simple with it. Hey, Relaxo, man. Do you have a date today? So, you can see blue and white here, and I'm wearing red shorts. So I am the American flag today. Now that you'll see my shorts. Hey, EJ. Happy 4th of July. Looking good on the matchmaker. Looking at that and that. Yeah, nice. Okay, yeah, so just upload Botland, and then we start again with this. I think a lot of today is going to be... Where is this? Yeah, we have a couple of things we're going to need to change around. Not too much stuff. That might take 3/4 of the day. And then any extra time we might spend on a dashboard, we might spend fixing bugs. I don't know what's going to happen at that point. But for now, let's just upload the game. Let's figure out what the first task is. Yeah, this one. I should probably close out of these millions of things. Yeah, I don't think any of that's needed. I need something that can analyze all this hardware. Hey, Wouter. I thought you were done with your exams, but either way, congrats. Can we celebrate once more? Sure, there. That's how I celebrate. By not letting you win giveaways. So turn these things into to-do items. And then consider writing a small program to analyze this data. I wonder how we do that. Hey, Roddy. Going to rant now, second day at work, still messing. Or getting my SSH tunnel over. Yeah, there's sometimes some of those ramp up issues. But nice, where are you working, Roddy? Oh, good. Horforia. I'm glad we're measuring things in eighths of a Horforia. That's an even more common metric for Americans. Driver's license B. Theoretical exam. Yeah, okay. That's not a school exam. So you are done with your school exams. So have a game server randomly choose a defense bot and randomly choose an attack bot for a total of 4 blueprints per match. Total of up to 4. Save them in a table like this. Creation date is defender, phase number, hardware config. Have it saved to the database, and if we have more than 100,000 entries. Yeah, these are already pretty much to-do items. So there needs to be some transport. Hey, Z Ultra Lord. This is one of the few times you come in here without adopting a troll mentality. One of the few times. And for that, I'm grateful. Happy 4th of July. Things are going pretty well here. We're preparing for beta. In fact, one of the things I was thinking of doing is getting a countdown clock. So I used to have a keyboard camera right over here. And a bunch of people said they don't want that. That's fine. But I was thinking maybe I'll put a countdown to beta clock. Your watch is a day behind. Uh-oh, you're graduating right now. Better run. So game servers do this in the phase simulator, I think. Even I get tired of listening to the song over and over. The song? The trolling song? Is it the let's troll, let's troll? Da, 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 da. Because that's a pretty great song. Alright, we have metrics here. Yeah, so this needs to be done in the phase simulator. We just need something that will... Let's see, setup arena. I guess setup arena can do it. So modify setup arena so that it outputs hardware metrics. In about 50 hours, I know that much for sure. Okay. Also, Roddy, I don't know if you heard, but I was wondering, what is it? Where are you working? Thanks, Horforia. You already did say that, but then you said you like to wait a few days for me to grow into it, so I'm guessing this is the wait a few days. Curious to how many lines of code have gone into this thing? Well, then boy, do I have the command for you. Look at that one. We can get the up-to-date count if you want, which is 48.9 thousand. Might as well say 49,000. Let's take it as of Wednesday of last week. Yeah, I guess there hasn't really been too much code added, not yesterday at least, and we just started today. So that's, yeah, that's like a day and a half of work. Balding is a word, yes. Okay, so modify setup arena so that puts hardware metrics. Pick a random defense blueprint. Pick a random attack blueprint. Is there a better way to do this? No, I think this is fine. Then make sure it adds to the metrics if it already existed. Then on the account server, well, I guess we need to go make a new database table. As a web dev? Oh, cool. Cool, Roddy. Yeah. Does it mean what I hope it means? Yeah, it does. I hate 3D Extended. Yeah, what's been up? I haven't seen you in a while. So make a database table called, I guess, hardware metrics. What do I have as far as database tables go right now? Show tables. I have anything called metrics? Game metrics. So I would need something like hardware metrics. Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll do it this way for now. So on the account server, if hardware metrics exist, filter it into the database correctly. Doesn't have to be done in any particular way. Hey, James. Thanks for resubbing. 2 months, nice. That's enough to prove that it wasn't an accident that you subscribed here. And the message says the only coding stream that I can watch for prolonged periods of time. Oh, actually, I just remembered an idea I had. I gotta write this down. Oh, and Horforia, you got Twitch Prime. Welcome. Now you don't have to copy paste the message. It was an accident both times. Well, welcome to both of you, and thank you both for subbing. Well, subbing and resubbing, I should say. Let me see. I wanted to write down this idea that I had. And, I know, Wouter. You don't need to point that out to me. I can see you trying to do it anyway. This doesn't need to be inside a transaction. It also doesn't need to happen immediately. We can batch this. Currently working on your bachelor thesis? What's it about? And hey, Hideo. Welcome back. I thought it was supposed to be only once, but I checked and the option was there. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, Sean. So here are all of our to-do items that we have. I think this is pretty straightforward. Oh yeah, that's right. There's one other thing I need to do. Make sure the database table doesn't go beyond 100K entries. Fusion of multiple motion tracking systems. How to combine these systems using inverse kinematics. Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't ever dealt with inverse kinematics, and I kind of never want to. Honk. Jan Kocha! Welcome back to you too. Man, everyone's resubbing right now. Actually, the sub count had dropped by 7 yesterday. I think it's because people weren't here. But I appreciate it. Oh, nice. Horforia, you can actually use those commands. Because there was a problem for a while where new subscribers couldn't use it. It's easy when you get the hang of it. Yeah, I imagine. And I think I would need to devote a lot of time to something like that. But I don't thankfully have a need right now. So here's my proposed solution. This is what we're going to do. I know what your names are. Your online name. And your real name. Ignorant American. Okay, we're going to try attacking somebody else. You will be attacking Blueberry King. Blueberry King has Reflect, Artillery, and Shield. Missiles, Laser. I think a good old Melee and Reflect bot. Oh, his bots just stand there. That's no fair. Wait, I don't think they have code on them or something. They're not doing anything. Hey, Endurin. I guess it does not work, except if the goal is to make me have a seizure. Oh boy, okay, yeah. Yep, it's a problem on Mac. Not a problem for me, though. Wonder if we are getting any errors. No. Huh. But play.bot.land isn't having any problems. That's what's weird about that. Alright, let's get started with this work. I think this is going to be pretty interesting. This is going to be information we just didn't have before. Let me also write another couple of things up here. Actually, let me make a straw poll for this. Yeah, I got the logs from Jason. I just didn't know if there was something, I don't know, that Jason wouldn't have seen that could be helpful. So before uploading botland again, make the hardware, I'll say run the migrations. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't run the migrations for this stuff. Do this from a migrations file. Yeah, so make a straw poll for this. Do you think there should be a beta countdown? Is on September 4th. Yes, no, I don't care. Why not make a countdown in the number of builds you're allowed to make before naming it a beta? No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, pick a random defense blueprint. This is all in setup arena, and we only need to do this if we're running on the server, which I hope we have some is on game server. Yeah, we do. Record hardware metrics. I'm not gonna write if is on game server right in the method name. So if this dot is on game server, if it's not on the game server, return. So now in setup arena, after we've set this up, we should be able to do this. Restore attacker state, add to journal. And now that we've done this, we say record hardware metrics. Actually, yeah, I never thought about that. This would be a chance for me to mess up a countdown. Interesting. Out of curiosity, the people that said no, what's your reasoning? Since when is that a thing? EJ didn't want there to be a command called EJ. So I had to sneak it into something else, and he said, who cares, LOL, at one point. Hey, Clevamaticon. How you doing? Okay, record hardware metrics. So we already have metrics. We have player metrics. So we need hardware metrics. I gotta think of what this is gonna look like. Player metrics, I don't ever clarify anywhere. Serialized stats, I guess I should do that. Game stats, so serialized game stats. And who is this? Is this by ID? Yes. Keys, player ID. Values, object, serialized game stats. Yeah, there. This is gonna be, I gotta think how I'm gonna do this. I think if you do a countdown, you don't leave yourself a window to push beta back if you need it. That's true. Well, at least the countdown doesn't seem to signify that. Definitely if it came down to September 4th and I'm not ready for it, I would probably just push it out. I voted no. I prefer countdown for release, not beta. I think it should be prone to modifications, and that's a stress I don't think beta is worth. And a shell nut. You'll miss the deadline. Yeah, I think that's fair. Why not the number of hours hours of development on stream, because you know what I'd open myself up to there, right? I'm responding right now, and you'd see countdown of hours of development or count up, and they'd say, "Well, you're not developing, you're talking to chat." NA development, LUL. Yeah, that's all that would happen. Okay, so keys here. I think we don't have any keys. I think this is just an array. Yeah, I think it's just an array. And I also think that we make this a proper object. Hardware metric or metrics. Or nothing and more screen real estate for code. Yeah, I think the best screen layout I ever had was on the April Fool's stream. I still remember personally I'm getting triggered by that, like super hard. He left the stream. Still hilarious. Okay, so this is shared between game and account server. But technically it's going to be included by the client as well. Deadline missed X420. Man, that'd be the slowest timers for those things. Alright, so we'll say hardware metric.js. You just did for 0. Now we all know your food game exists. This is a sham. So is Defender, we don't ever need to send these to, well actually we might. Creation date is Defender. No, I don't want to serialize it with a date in there. So just is Defender phase number and hardware config. Oh man, seriously, young coach, you should turn that off. Unless you plan on memeing from that account. I was saying a short story earlier. I'll cut it down into just the necessary details. I was talking to Horforia yesterday. My wife didn't realize the microphone was on, and then she was talking to Horforia for a second without realizing it. I said, you should join in on chat today. So we want 3 things here. Is Defender phase number, and hardware config. Young Kocha made the Adam's Wife account. Well, he subscribed from an Adam's Wife account. I think it was Adam's Wife 13531. Thanks for resubbing, fake wife. How's coding going in the past couple weeks? It's all just been tutorial stuff, really. Now we're finally getting into metrics, thankfully. But yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot going on. How many points does it cost to talk to my wife on Discord? I don't think she ever has been on Discord. At least I imagine she hasn't been. As you know, EJ, she has been a chatter in the stream before without actually chatting. I think she said 1 chat line. And as far as I know, EJ's the only one who knows who it is in chat. And he is sworn to secrecy there. This represents a metrics on what hardware is actually used in a game. Hey, why not? And Horforia, I don't want to know how you even looked into this. Are you still going to change and add emotes or no? Yeah, I'd like to. It hasn't been a priority for me, and unless you guys can do it, I'd have to pay money to get someone else to do it. So I'm planning on replacing one of the Adam Lights emotes. So we have 3 right now, and I honestly don't see them really being used. They're emotes for spamming, And I think they'd probably be better served if I did, hang on, let me see the stuff, partner stuff. Yeah, this, one of these. So here are the ones that you guys have kind of suggested. And I can't really do any of these. Adam, oops. What is this? Okay, enjoy your food, Endurin. Adam Pride. I think Smooth Dog made this one. This is just Adam Troll, but rainbow-wised. Adam TV. I don't even know how you sum that up in an emote. This is probably never needed by the client. Okay, what did I do wrong? Nothing. That's a first. So now all we need to do is emit these. And we have record hardware metrics. So what we want to do here is take, for now, we'll just sample a defender bot and an attacker bot. And I really, really hope we have an easy way to do this. So here's how I think it should work. I think we just get the attacker and the defender and just sample one of their bots. So let's try that out. Defending player equals this.arena.get defending player, attacking player. Let's put a breakpoint here and just try things out. Hey VTMR. It's going well. We're pretty good mood right now. Got a little bit more sleep. So I don't want Adam Kiss being an emote people can use on the rest of the site. So change inspect in cluster master. Okay, then we rerun that. And we get a link, which we ignore, and we instead go to Chrome inspect and localhost. We open this thing up. That other one's not going to work because we need to go rerun this, which has been just a thorn in my side. And we will at some point get to the time when we'll fix that. But we're not there yet. So all we have to do is log in as somebody and attack another player and just make sure this works. Why do we get to the point where this is something people can say in chat? If you have Amazon Prime, you can bind your Amazon account to your Twitch account. Oh yeah. Yeah, you just need Amazon Prime. And am I more excited or nervous for beta? I think I'm more excited. I think that, look, if beta's launched and the game is just going nowhere, which that's totally possible, then I'll do what I can to salvage it, but I will have more feedback and it'll be sooner. Here's the problem with all of this stuff. It's that there is the spectrum of like releasing early and releasing when ready. And releasing early lets you iterate on feedback. Releasing when ready lets you have a more polished product. So if you think you're totally on the right track, then you should release when you're ready, since you don't think you're going to need a lot of feedback. And if you're not sure you're on the right track, then you're going to need some time to polish. So I think we're somewhere like here-ish maybe. We're releasing a little bit early. Beta could definitely be a little bit more polished, could have a little bit more content. I don't know how much people are expecting that though, and I think that they expect that the product will change a bit. So if we get feedback like, hey, this is great, we definitely need a new game mode though, then hey, I know what to do for release. Alright, so I believe we have just an arbitrary breakpoint in here that I don't care about, but then this one that exists and this better exist. Yeah, perfect. And bots deployed, we have one. and bots deployed. We have 3. Perfect. Yeah, this is great. So we can say defending bot equals defend sample defending player dot get bots deployed. Isn't there a function I wrote called get deployed bots? I didn't? Where are all of the uses of this? Huh. I never did this. Well, we should make a function. Get all deployed. Get all bots deployed. Deploy bots. Deployed defender bots. And deployed attacker bots. Defensing. I don't know how that happened. Attacking bots. Attacking player. Yeah, so defending bot equals sample that. Attacker bot is the same way. And that's it. Just log them into metrics. So we should have, let's see, this dot. I think Adam Art has found a place in chat. And Adam Bro and Adam Troll have too. So I think these arts have been, or these emotes have been used a lot. And Adam Hack and Adam Bo, yeah, I think we just need to do something with the lights emotes. And no offense to Indoor if you're watching and eating your food. I like them. I just don't see people using them too much. So return object metrics, hardware metrics. Hey noob, I don't know if I said hi to you already. I don't think so. But yeah, hey noob. Oh. That took me a second watch. Defending metric. Hey, Ingvar. So we have 3 things that are needed. Is defender, phase number, and hardware config. So is defender is going to be true for this, of course. Phase number is going to be figured out somewhere here. In phase 0. Get number of phases simulated. Is that it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, looks like there's nothing else here. Okay. So this is a 0 indexed phase number. I should probably write that down. This is 0 indexed, meaning phase 0 represents the first phase. I wrote honk and switched to boat halfway through. No, ho is not going to be something. No forced memes. So this, and then the hardware. There could be a way to take in a bot entity and return its hardware. We can make this an entity util, which we probably don't even have here, do we? No, we don't. Every day I wake up and I think, is today the day I unmod Wouter? Should it happen? Okay, do we have anywhere that just gives us the hardware config? No, we do not. So export function get serialized hardware from entity. Is this the day you mod Young Kocha? I probably won't be changing mods up anytime soon. I think if this were, let's say, 8 or 10 months ago, yeah, I probably would have made probably 3, 4 more people moderators. But as it stands, we already have a ton of swords in chat. Can we change one of the lights out for an ophog emote? I don't think many people know about ophog, but I also don't know what the emote would be. And hey, website development. My mod is secured for another day. Hardware component has the slot configuration. Okay, so if this doesn't exist, then we'll just return null. And if it does exist, then we get this. And hardware slot configuration has a serialize function. Return slot configuration on serialize. So now we just have to use this in here. We say const defender hardware equals entity util dot this of defending bot and attacker hardware I am doing well. Okay, cool. So we have this metric. This is really defending hardware. And then the same thing for attacking hardware. Except for we learn how to copy paste. There. So we push the defending metric, assuming that this exists. We do that, and if not, is nil attacker hardware, then attacking metric, and we do the same thing. There. And that's that. Hey, it's just Jeff. Welcome back. He's the self-appointed head mod. Anyone can appoint themselves to something. As I think the best way to do this is to have more generic functions for this stuff. Because I'm calling the same thing here twice. Yeah, if you're curious about this, why not? Check this out. Top 250 time and points. So this B paste I just linked in, you are number 73 by time. This actually isn't totally correct because people like Endurn show up as 81 and then also as 37 because he changed names and I haven't combined all of these numbers yet. $366 years. Get defending player, get attacking player. Why is this even in the arena? Shouldn't be here at all. Oh well. Get attacking or defending player. Or just get player. We probably already have a get player function. Nope, we don't. Alright, well whatever. Get player is get attacking player. There we go. Actually, I think this can be made a little bit clearer to write by doing this. Yeah, I think it's a little bit nicer. Botland bot has more time than me. Yeah, it counts the time that it's online for, I think, not the time that I'm online for. And I know, I need to remove Botland bot from there. I should probably just remove myself from there too. It's pretty simple to do. But I don't think too many people have cared because you can still figure out what rating you are unless you're number like 252. and then yeah, you won't show up. Yeah, so 2825. And botlad, we should remove that too. Yeah, or I just change the query so that they can't appear there. That's probably a better idea. In fact, let me go take a look at that. Top10.cmd. This runs this, which runs this. And we say select. We don't have a where clause here. So if I just say top 10 right now, yeah, it's gonna give me botland, botlad. So we can just do this, where what is this? Time dot variable. What is time? Forgetting about time. Okay, yeah. Not in botlad, bot, Adam13531. Let's try that. That work? Number, nope, it didn't. Why not? Is it variable or value? No, it should be variable. What? Oh. Oh, so now if I do top 10 Adam13531, it will return nothing? Yeah, okay. And no such column found. These should have been strings. Yeah, now it returns people who aren't me. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Oh man, okay, nice. Hey Svenhoff. Thanks for looking into this, Hideo. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at this. Not right now, but yeah, definitely. I'll take a look at it in a sec. Silly Max. Okay, where is this? Yeah, so this doesn't matter because I don't want to limit this to certain names here. But top num rows defined. Limit num rows defined. So let's just do num rows defined plus 10. And then we'll only go up to if row equals null, break. Wait, what am I doing here? No, this should just be rows.length. And yeah, the number, oh man. Yeah, I should do this differently. So I need to do this. But right there, rank equals 0. Do I start at 0 or 1? Number header I plus 1. Yeah, sure. So instead of using I, we'll use rank. And if we actually end up printing, then we'll say rank plus plus. So if username equals botlad, do we have? I'm not using Lodash, although there's no reason for me not to use it. There's now an include. Yeah. Continue. Hey, gun dogs. So let's try that out. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? No. What did I do wrong? The username here must be capitalized or something? Username botland bot Adam13531 botland. Oh, it works for. Oh, I gotta just do this everywhere. Fine. So it actually is working for time right now. I shouldn't have spent the time trying to fix this stuff, but yeah, there we go. And we have to do the same thing here. So const ignore names equals and we have to do the same thing over here. Great. That means we need to search by +10. That way we get some extra people here. This is why I don't do things this way. So this can't be null. We do this still, and then we just do rank and rank ++. And there we go. So now instead of seeing Hyrule Smasher in 250, it should be Hyrule Smasher at 247. And that worked, but then we also got up to an extra. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. If rank is greater than or equal to num rows defined, break. We do this in a couple places. And there we go. Hey, DeMille. What's up? Yeah, so there. Now we have a way of doing this such that it doesn't include me. Yeah, so I'll upload this again. Automate top 10, top 250 without me. How did we get to doing this? I thought it'd be a really fast thing to do. Turns out it wasn't so fast, but it wasn't that slow. Anyway, back to getting this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say, so we get the player, we get their bots, we sample a bot, we get hardware, and we add a metric for that. So we'll say this dot record hardware metric for player true, false. This should cut down on the code a little bit. Is attacking player. So we copy paste all this stuff and we remove all the duplication. Easy peasy. So instead of defending player, we change this to just player. We change this to get player. We change this to pass that in. Good, that's done. Now deployed bots. Done with that. Now randomly sample bot. Hardware config. And metric. There, cool. Duplicated code goes away. This starts to look good. This changes to not this. Are you using the automated archive function from plain tasks? Not that one. I'm using Control-Shift-O. And the reason why is because the way that I do this is, so I'll make a new document usually, and I'll make something like grocery list, right? Apples, oranges. And when I'm done with these things, instead of archiving individual items, which makes it go to the bottom of this list, which means that your to-do list can never shrink in file size, I hit Control-Shift-O. So let's say I save this as 3D to-do test.txt or to-do. So if I hit Control-Shift-O here, it goes to another file called test archive. So that's the one that I use. Did I change my stream setup? I did. I don't have the keyboard camera showing now. And I'm going to do it this way for at least a little while. It's just easier for me to navigate everything, and you guys get more screen real estate you can look at. So yeah, 3D extended the other. So if you take a look at my archive file, this has 18,000 lines. That's why I don't want to just keep putting it on the same file. If you're making a grocery list or something, it totally makes sense to archive it just at the bottom of the file. But if you're going to be using this for a long-term project, you don't want a 21,000 line file to navigate through. Okay, so now we can delete all of these things. Actually, before I do this, because every time I've done something like this before, I've usually copy pasted it, and it's a good idea to do that. And then we will put this function down here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just need to comment that. But then this is working. We get the return object. We send it over to the server. Or at least we should send it over to the server. How will that work? Player metrics are going to be serialized here. No, it's never been 16 by 9. I stream in 1680 by 1050. So you're actually watching a 1050p stream. And it's been that way since the very beginning. Hey, Walshy. More proof it's pre-recorded. Yeah, I shouldn't have greeted you then, because I recorded this 2 days ago. Got the same keyboard you have. It's really nice, but I had to learn to type on it. Yeah, I don't think that process will take you too long. 3D Extended, it should be about a week or two maybe, and then you should just be fine. Because in general, all of the keys are in the same location as any other keyboard. They're just staggered, and they're sometimes a little bit bigger, as opposed to something like the Ergodox, where you probably have a completely different layout. So I suppose this is an array of serialized hardware metrics. Otherwise, what's the point of this? The objects in this array are serialized hardware metric objects. So we push the serialized form of this. And then they should just make it to the account server automatically. I don't know how this is going to work. We concatenate journal entries here. No, we don't need to do this. Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. You had the bad habit of typing B with your right hand. Yeah, now's the perfect time to learn how to type correctly. That'd definitely be really helpful. And you'll get out of that habit pretty quickly. Although you'll probably slide back into it on other things like laptops, and that's fine. So this is done, this is done. I don't think this is necessary. So next is to make a database. So we need to make a new migration file. I wrote how to do this in this somewhere. Where is it? Where are you? Migrations. If you need to make a new migration for Botland, first call run in the account server, then Control C and do connects migrate. Well, that's simple. BLAC run, just cancel out of this now. And so if we say set database, we should have, yeah, perfect. And then we do connects migrate. What? Connects migrate make command. So connects migrate make cd database, connects migrate make, what's this going to be called? Hardware metrics? Is that what I've been calling these things? Yeah, so we do that. Got it. Cool. So what was the last migration file we made? Tutorial. So we want something like this. Not exactly this. This represents hardware metrics for players. And what do I want in this? Creation date, is defender, phase number, and hardware config. So these four things. Hardware metrics. So creation date is this. Sure. Is defender is just a boolean. Table. Just copy paste other ones here. There shouldn't be a default for this. I don't really care about that. Is defender. Hey J Bugsy, I didn't end up picking a dashboard yet. I got a little frustrated with that task yesterday. We're gonna have to resume sometime either later today or later in the week. But until then, we'll just work on the back end for this stuff. And then these two things. So phase number. So what makes this unique? I guess nothing makes this unique. The phase number is going to be just this. We don't want a default. I don't think that matters. phases simulated. So we'll just change this to phase number. And then finally hardware config, which should be something that we already have in a different table as text. And we put that there and we're happy. Great. So we don't care about this stuff. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. Hotjar. Kind of cool analytics. No, I haven't even heard of Hotjar. I haven't heard of a lot of these different sites that people have been using. All-in-one analytics and feedback. This looks sketchy given that every single link on their image is broken. Or they've all been ad blocked. What is this image? Why would this be blocked? Yeah, I think this is Adblock doing this. Although I don't understand why this image name wouldn't have shown up. Icon heat maps on. Website files. Something is fine. Looks. Like I said, it's probably Adblock. If I just disable this and refresh the page, yeah, everything works. But it is a little unusual, right? When you go to a website and everything's blocked on it. So yeah, pricing is usually what I've been focused on for this. I want to collect data from a certain number of page views per day. This is an interesting slider. Yeah, that's kind of expensive to be honest. I wonder how this works. If you have, let's say, 200,000 users, can you still have this just work up to 20,000? You probably could. Also, this is not a dashboard, it's a totally new metric. Yeah, I haven't really looked into this yet. But the first thing that catches my eye is the pricing on most pages. Because if it's priced too high, I wouldn't be able to use it even if it's the greatest thing in the world. It's one of those things where once we have some money flowing in, we could probably figure out what we want to do with it. Okay, so this should be good. Now on the account server, if hardware metrics exist, filter it into the database correctly. This doesn't need to be inside a transaction. It also doesn't need to happen immediately. We could batch this. It's very interesting. Probably more of a UX UI analytics tool. Yeah, I saw that heat map. I didn't know if that's all it provided or what. And in Botland, see, this is one of those things where it's like, let's say you have a product and you want to get as much money out of it as possible. I think those are the kinds of things you can do for a couple months and maybe change a plan. And maybe it makes users just, I don't know, they have that much of an easier time. But I'm not at that point yet. Okay, so how am I going to do this? I guess the first thing we do is we go over to this and turn off inspect. Then we go to the account server and turn on inspect. Then I'll run that. Oh, I didn't even run the migration. Connects migrate. Is that how this works? Oh, migrate latest. Connects migrate latest. This will put me into, yeah, the hardware metrics, which now if I do show tables, I'll have 18, one of them being hardware metrics, perfect. Then we go restart the account server, restart the game server, and try this out again. So this should give me a Chrome link, yeah. Now here's what we do. When we go to simulate game phase, one of the things we get back are player metrics. Where are those? Here, metrics. Perfect. So here's what we do. We put a breakpoint right here. And then what we should have now is hardware metrics as well. And this should just be randomly sampled, excuse me. I was reading Sean's message about, are you standing? No, I'm not. Oh, Google Analytics, I never turned that off. Which is weird because I could have sworn I turned that off. GA trace? Yeah, that's not there anymore. The other thing that went wrong is that it couldn't find entity util. Probably because it's in this folder. I guess that would explain everything, actually. Then everything should be fixed. Yeah. Nope. This is still on. I don't know why. What's going on? Main. Main doesn't have anything there. Why? I removed this code. Am I using the debug version still? Analytics. No. Strange. Very strange. Why is this printing out? Analytics. Oh, you know what it might be? Oh, it was cached. That's why. I didn't have DevTools open to begin with, and if it's not open to begin with, it caches it despite server caching being off. I guess it's client-side caching. Despite that probably shouldn't happen. Whatever. Let's do this. So we're going to put down a bot. We're only going to put down one bot, and we're going to make it really weird. So let's put down just a bunch of level 1 stuff on it. That way we have a very obvious way to know if this works. Oops. There. So it's got level 1 of practically everything. We hit commence, and it should break into the account server. Did it? Because nothing else happened. Can't find... Oh, whoops. Hey, Berkazen. How goes it? Okay, let's try that again. Still no error provided. Serialized is not a function? What's my favorite laptop? I usually can't really answer these questions because I have a laptop. I'm not particularly happy with it. The best advice I could give you is buy a laptop with a solid state drive, especially if you're going to be coding. Well, especially if you're going to be doing anything nowadays. Yeah, just make sure you get one with at the very least a solid state drive for the operating system. If it's got a solid state drive for everything, awesome. But don't buy a laptop with a hard disk drive anymore. I just think those are computers of the past. Okay, there we go. But this didn't break in. Oh man. Let's try this again. Oh, Chrome crashed. Well, I can't see chat anymore. Let's go load chat up. Yeah, getting Linux on it can be fine too. Because you will have a little bit more control over what's running. What is this? We are free. Now I can still see you guys. Alright, one of these bots had a bunch of stuff on it. I guess it's the first one. Yeah, so we were going to put that down again and hit commence. It's still not breaking in though. I don't know what I did wrong there. Maybe it's because I didn't restart this. Ah, it is that. Okay, perfect. So do we have hardware metrics? Yes. And awesome. Yeah. Nice. It worked. Big Adam's watching us. So how do I want to do this? Well, as I mentioned earlier, this can be batched and it doesn't need to happen in a transaction. Although one thing I don't know is database limit to X rows. How do you do that? I think you can do this with a single statement. Suppose the table has a primary key column ID, a data column, and a timestamp. Here's an approach that deletes the oldest row. ID from your hard going to delete data for any reason other than the table's full, then another approach is possible. Insert new data into the first table at the index specified by the second table. Increment the second table's slot column modulo 200. Yeah. Yeah, so I could do this all at once. I don't know what's best here, though. That's the problem. Yeah, that's too bad. Limit size. Okay, well, sounds like there's no built-in way to do this, which is fine. I can just delete some afterward. Hang on, I have to sneeze. Whew. There's always the risk when you say you have to sneeze that you're not going to sneeze. It's very unsatisfying, but I actually did sneeze. So I don't think there's a built-in way to do this. I basically have to insert into the table and then delete any extra rows. Did your boss say no? Yeah, my boss is a jerk. A huge jerk. I'm gonna slander him on the internet. Yeah, I figured really the 4th of July is a day that a lot of companies will give off. But other than like barbecues and stuff, I think most of the celebration happens at night with fireworks. And I can still make it to that. Debating on whether we should go see fireworks tonight. Hey again, Jordan, what'd you eat? So I basically have to insert into the table and then delete any extra rows. So how would I do this? French fries. Let's take a look. Hey Fazimi, why are imperials even a thing? Gotta work on metrics. Otherwise I won't be able to start coming up with new strategy for the game. You ate the diploma? They had something kind of interesting in one of those Stack Overflow posts that I want to find again. This. Yeah. Where 200 is less than the count. This just deletes one thing though. We want to delete a bunch of these. She graduated from McDonald's Academy. And you know what? The other thing too is we could probably delete a bunch of these all at once. This is going to be unit testing week. Hey, at least you have a bunch of these that are already at 100%. And you're not really that far off from a lot of these too. Except for this one. This one's going to suck. But the other ones, you're 2 away here, 2, 1, 4, 2. This one's also going to suck. 1 out of 49. Hey Chaos Calm. Hey Triggered Calm. So I guess what I'm going to do for this is select the current count, delete that many from the database, sorted by daytime. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be too bad. You still have 70 plus to test. Oh man. So we could save this directly in here. We could say something like batch hardware metrics and then export them all at once. We save hardware metrics every once in a while, since it involves contacting the database and it's not crucial information. Wonder if they're, first of all, should this be serialized data? I feel like we could deserialize it, but it's not going to matter. Array of object. This contains serialized hardware metrics. So then we need a constant somewhere. Where do we have server constants? Export const hardware metrics batch size. Every, I don't know, we can get 4 per match. So we save these every 20 matches or something. Every 16, 12, it doesn't really matter. This is how many hardware metric objects to collect before emitting them to the database. Yeah, so here's what we'll do. Hardware metrics equals metrics.hardware metrics. Who would have thought? And then if those exist, then we just do batch hardware metrics. Let's say this dot record hardware metrics. Yeah, we'll do it that way. These are technically serialized too. So there's a way to add all of these, and I don't know what it is. It's probably just concat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the right thing. Let's just test it out. So array var array 2 other equals concat array 1 array 2 console log other. Yeah, what is this? 1 2 3 4. Perfect. Okay, just testing. Doesn't hurt to do that. Although doing this in a way that mutates the first array is also totally fine. I don't know if there's an extend or an add all. What am I looking for? Collection, I guess. And I already was looking at that. Yeah, fine. We'll just make a new one. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so this concat this dot batched hardware metrics with the serialized hardware metrics. Why not const result equals dot 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 array 1 array 2? Yeah, that'll work. Although it's not really different, right? What is the code that transpiles to? Oh, just uses concat. That's the built-in concat. Yeah, I don't think it matters too much. Hey, Dirk. So if batched hardware metrics, it's only to remove the dependency. Oh, I have the dependency regardless. Yeah. What does the dot 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 stand for? That's the rest or the spread parameter, spread operator, which would either be this or this. So if the size of this is greater than what is it called? Server constants.this. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to save this to the database and then just wipe it out. How do you clear out an array? Could have said it's linked to 0. Clear is empty. Yeah, fine, we'll just make it a new one. And then this is a promise. We don't really care if it saves though. Well, we kind of do. Persist hardware metrics. I'm not really certain I want to even log this. Okay, how's that look? Pretty good. So in database wrapper now we just need this function. Oh, these shouldn't be serialized anymore, right? No, they should be deserialized. Doesn't make sense to do it this way. Looking at JS is weird. Yeah, not having static types. So deserialized hardware metrics equals map serialized hardware metric dot deserialize. Good, and then we concatenate it with this, and then we don't pass this in as serialized. This is just hardware metrics. We also need this is now just going to be hardware metric. Don't need that. And we get this. Chord hardware metrics. Good, 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 good. And we just need to fix up this one now. So the simplest thing we can do for right now is just emit this to the database. I'd like to not have to do this in a transaction. I don't think we have to. So how does this work? We want to insert a bunch of different objects at once. Insert values. Do I ever do this? Delivered promise to do what exactly? Oh man, I don't want that. Is this possible in MySQL? Insert array. It's not really an array. Insert multiple rows with one statement. How do you do this? Yeah, with values, right? Yeah, no, this should be doable. So what's this going to be? Hardware metrics dot insert. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how we're going to do this with Connect stuff. Something like this, I suppose. An array of just JSON objects. What is ID doing there? Oh, what to fetch afterward? Yeah, just some JSON objects. So now we'd serialize them, which is why I'm not sure if this made a whole lot of sense. We'll try it. We'll just kind of see what happens here. So this is going to be an array that looks like this. We'll have is defender, oh, which won't, darn, we need to serialize it to the database. Hardware metric. return is defender. This dot is defender. It's whatever I used in the migration script, which are these things. How would that work, website development? Do those hashtags go anywhere? Because they used to, and then they changed how communities work. Did I ever program a 3D game? Not a complete one, no. I've done some basic stuff. But yeah, never a complete one. This would be new date. Phase number, this dot phase number, and hardware config, this dot hardware config. So we'll return that, and then in the database wrapper, we'll serialize it to the database. Perfect. So yeah, what we'll have is a bunch of these. Is defender true, phase number 0, and I think we should just be able to insert all of these. Let's do that and see what happens. Also, technically, this should be a greater than or equal to. So you can set the batch size to 1. You know what a BVH is? BVH file? No, I've never heard of that. BioVision hierarchy. Huh. This code looks dirty? If you ignore line numbers here, what do you think about this looks dirty? Because to me, this looks pretty normal. I mean, I might, just for the sake of not going beyond that ruler, do this. But yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward. We take in serialized hardware metrics, we deserialize them, we add them to our batch. If the batch size is greater than a certain amount, then we persist them to the database and wipe out the batch. So I think this is pretty readable. They would type game dev or game dev, and it would come up with a list of viewers that have the word game dev. Wait, really? I didn't think this was a thing. I used to have game dev in my stream titles. Game dev. Huh. I'm guessing I don't show up in here. Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. It used to be a thing. Whoops. God, not being able to press up. I love how these tools are getting worse before they get better. Alright, let's try it. Game dev. Update information. Okay, now let's search. Well, might not be immediate. We'll do this in a little bit. Or did it not update the title? Oh. No, it added it. Weird. Yeah, it must just be Twitch needs to take some time or something. Or my bot caches it. Oh, there it goes. Okay, yeah, now let's try it again. There we go. Okay, now it shows up. Wow, interesting. I guess I should start using hashtags again. No idea. But yeah, it used to work. Well, thanks, website development. So we have this, record hardware metrics being called. And yeah, ChaosCom, I'm not sure if you had gotten my question from earlier, but hey, Arwin, what do you think looks dirty about it? Because if it's line number counts, yeah, that's totally fair. But if it's something else, I'd appreciate the feedback. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll set the batch size to 1, so this should always get exported. Well, website development, the only thing this affects is that now people can search game dev and find my stream. You meant the cons? What about the cons make it look dirty? Because that's just how you define a variable in JavaScript. So I can't really get rid of that. I could change it to let or var, but those would mean different things. What did I just do? Oh yeah, I see what I did. Okay. All right, let's try that again. So here we go. We have an empty database right now. So if I do this, select star from hardware metrics, we have nothing in it. And now we're gonna hit the commence button. Should break in. It did not, because I must have gotten rid of that debugger, but then this should have something in it. Perfect. But that would mean that these defending bots had nothing in them. Let's speed this up. Wow, that seems to have a lot of life. These, oh, this one doesn't, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so this worked. So now let's try it with a certain batch size. So we'll set the batch size to 5. And then we restart the account server. And now what's gonna happen is this. We'll play 2 phases, and it'll only produce 2 different bot. Oh, you know what we're gonna have happen here? We could sample the same bot multiple times. We should only sample a defender bot in the case that it's the first phase. Yeah, let's do that. They didn't in the end pull off the application. They made changes to the player for this version and had to pull out the chat from landscape mode to not push back the release. Wait, yeah, I even read this guy's Twitter yesterday, and it was a little bit confusing, I guess. Huh. I thought people were saying it was back in, and it was a what's a word called, staggered release. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Silly Twitch. So false. It's this. We only want to do this if we're in phase 0. Yeah. A little bit weird. Or, you know what? We could do this for a couple of bots in phase 0 for the defender. Record for attacking player and number of bots to sample. No, that won't give us a good idea, though. We want different blueprints. Yeah, it's good that he's commenting. It's good that he's accepting feedback. Also, he tweeted a shout out to a team saying, thanks for working over the holiday weekend for this. Yeah, this is the Twitch mobile app that we're talking about. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll say current phase number up here. If not, record for attacking player and current phase number is greater than 0, then just return. Only record a defender bot in the first phase, since there can't be new defender bots. Alright, so what does this mean? This means we have the batch set to 5, we record 1 defense bot per match, and 1 attack bot per phase. So if we play out an entire game, we'll get a maximum of 4 blueprints per match and a minimum of 2 blueprints per match. Yeah. So we would need to play a minimum of 2 games and a maximum of 3 games. Yeah. Hey, Blueberry King, I beat your defense today. I don't think your bots are doing what you want them to do. It looked like a bunch of them just stood still. Alright, we ready for this? This is it. This is the test. So we got to keep track of everything that happens. So we're going to click attack another player. This is a brand new match. And we're going to pick this bot and let's go with, I don't know, an artillery 3, melee 3 bot. Okay, so let's record this. Hey Programmer D and hey Taylor 4 Gamers. Happy 4th of July. So phase 1, 2 attack bots. 1, all ones, and I'll say 3 and 3. You wrote their scripts for a meme? Alright, so we hit commence. So now depending on what happens here. Okay, good. So we've recorded 2 so far. Now phase 2, we'll have recorded 3 and we'll probably win the game. So let's do this. 1, there. Perfect, and we won, yeah. So same, recorded 3. Now new game, phase 1. And at this point, we don't have anything new in the database because we haven't hit the batch size yet. Yeah, perfect. So now we do next battle. Oh, should this only record for ranked matches? God, I don't know. This is so difficult. All right, we're gonna try the same thing here though. And as soon as we press commence, it should output these. Yeah, perfect. It worked. Okay, so phase number 0 and his defender. His defender is this. This is... Yeah, this is correct. Yeah, nice. It's working. Okay, let's try another match, next battle. And what should happen is we still shouldn't output anything here. Perfect. We eventually finish this, so this is going to make 3. Yeah. And again, we should not see anything. And then we do one more entire match. And this will immediately output it. Nice. Okay, it's working. So we've got it so that what's happening is it's randomly sampling hardware configurations as people play the game. So this will give me a good idea of what people are actually using. Now, in this particular case, we've sampled the same one multiple times. So if this player is playing a disproportionate amount of times, we will see this showing up a lot. We can mitigate that a bit. But in the future, if we have a good sampling across the player base, then we can do something like, are people using melee? And in this case, we'd be like, okay, yes. And we'd know that, oh wow, yeah, a lot of these bots are using melee. So what we could try to do is, I do want repeats to show up. I just don't want them to show up from multiple players. Or maybe, because wait, how many games do you play per day? You play one game, you might be 3 different entries in here. And if you play 100 games, you could be 300 entries. Yeah, that's probably still fine. We can just increase the size on this database. Okay, let's take a look at some things. I think that yes, this should only be recorded for ranked matches. So how do we know this was ranked? Ongoing match, something in this. The ongoing match has to know, right? What is this thing? Is there ranked information? There's match. Does the match itself know? Is ranked, yes. Is a ranked match. I'm guessing we don't use this anywhere in here. Nope. Okay, that's too bad. Let's try to find it. Debugger. I really, really hope this is in there. How will we even test this though? I guess you want to just log what people use for later analytics. Why not use, wouldn't something like Redis or NoSQL be way more efficient for this than MySQL? Especially if players and matches to record will scale over time. Yeah, I do think something like NoSQL could be better here. The thing is, I don't want to set up a brand new database for all of this stuff. These are the kinds of things where I'm knowingly incurring some tech debt, potentially for the future, and I'm going to try to make this as fast as possible. So that's why I have this batching set up already. So it'll output this to the database every once in a while. And yeah, hopefully that's just fine. But I figured this way I'll at least have something when beta launches to figure out, hey, what are people using? What are they never using? I'll have some rolling data about this. We should increase that batch size though. Create a OneNote to describe how this process works. And I'll also include what you said there, Dirk, because I think that is a good point. Okay, so this is done. Hey, Spen. Happy 4th of July. And what database do I recommend? I think if you have relational data, use a SQL database. And as for which one to go with, I think you'll have to do some research there because I'm not a database expert, or rather directly pipe it to analytics. So I think you mean Google Analytics there. And I'm going to try to keep this in my system for later use. But yeah, using Google Analytics for something like this isn't too bad. If you're talking about some other kind of analytics, I don't have any other kind of analytics set up. So what I wanted to do is see, is this match fully populated? It would be awesome if it is. I do not remember if it is though, so we need to go take a look. So we do this and hit commence. That should have broken in, which means I did something wrong here, and I don't know what I did wrong. There we go. Okay, so ongoing match dot is a ranked match. Oh, it does work. Nice. Nice. I'm actually kind of surprised about that. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's make sure that's working correctly. Get ongoing match for user. Does this pull all of the match information as well? It does. Wow. Nice. The stream's going well so far. High frequency, low content data, much like analytics. So create a new type in GA or what you use and just pipe it there for free. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll write this down for things I could do in the future. But I think for now, I don't have any analytics stuff going from the server. And the other thing is, I think these are the kinds of things that would end up making me hit this limit faster. You get like, what, 10 million stats tracking on Google Analytics. And I think if there's 4 per match, and you have every player playing tens of matches every day, that, yeah, it's going to be hit much faster. I mean, granted, that's still 100,000 players, but that's just for the hardware data. So then I'd lose things like page views and whatever else. But yeah, I think that could be a good way to switch it in the future. Okay, so I do have this information, so we just need to use this here. We'll just record it for ranked matches. If ongoing match, there you get match. There isn't. Oh wait, it's right here. Oh wow, perfect. Yeah, so if ongoing match is a ranked match, then record hardware metrics. I don't care about hardware metrics for unranked matches. Nah, I don't really need to write this. So now we'll only get these for ranked matches, and we should probably set the batch size pretty high on these. Maybe like every 12 games. Yeah, I think 50 is fine. Then we just need to do this part. So whenever we go above the limit, we consider making a game application later so it'll be easily available for smartphones, tablets. Yeah, in fact, if this isn't already on the FAQ, I'm definitely going to add it because people keep asking this. Mobile, tablet, phone. Yeah, I'm going to put all those things in here. Okay, great. Let's go do it. Will there eventually be a mobile app / phone version of the game? Let's have this go to where do you live for right now. We'll copy paste this down to here. Keywords, phone, tablet, mobile, app. Yes, the plan is to eventually have apps that are likely just web view wrappers around the beta will only launch with the web version available, which could work on mobile, but won't be guaranteed. So now we need to preview this, make sure that looks good. That should be italicized, and this should give me the right link. There. Yeah, cool. So this has been done. Okay, so now check to see if we've gone over the limit of entries here. Max hardware metrics to track, 100,000. Can you put commas in number literals in JavaScript? I know Java added that. No, you can't. I mean, I could just say something like 1E5, but I think that's actually less obvious than just writing out 100,000. The maximum number of entries to have in the hardware metrics table in the database. So now we need to get the count of this, and if the count is too high, we just delete a bunch of things. How do you get the count? Do I ever do this anywhere else? Well, I do. Aha! Nice. Play.bot.land web design be changed by beta? If you mean the UX, yeah, a little bit. But play.bot.land is the game. If you're talking about bot.land, this is going to change. This is a very cheapo website right now. There's just a bunch of social media links. Doesn't tell you anything about the game. Doesn't have a video. So yeah, I'm going to change that. In fact, okay, so we put this here. Hang on one second. So get how many hardware metrics we have if count is greater than or equal to. Why is that not working? This is a Thursday stream incoming. There will probably be another Thursday stream, yeah. I got to continue to work on the music for the game. So I was thinking of doing that on Thursdays. I think I've been streaming the last couple Thursdays too, right? Although I know they haven't been long streams. But definitely this last Thursday I did. And then, yeah, the Thursday before that. And then, yeah, I think that was it. So yeah, we're gonna try to be streaming 5 days a week, although not very heavy on Thursdays, definitely. Number to delete equals this. So if number to delete is greater than 0, and we should probably do this in stages, or we'll just delete a whole lot of these maybe. Yeah. Soon. Man, I always thought this was really, really silly. And Now I guess I realize what the point of it is. No, it's still kind of silly. It's just a nice feature. It's when you have fixed everything else in your language that you want to start adding commas into your numbers. Hope that doesn't go anywhere. Okay, we should add another constant here, which I just closed. Oh man, alright, let's close all this stuff. So we'll have this be 120,000 maybe, and then we'll say hardware metrics to delete. Deleting 40,000 rows at once is probably not that fast. We'll delete 20,000 at a time. When we hit max hardware metrics to track in the database, we'll delete this many entries so that we don't constantly have to delete rows in the database every time a new batch is persisted. I just had a comment next to it like 1,000 times 60 times 60 times 24. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's for things like that. I think the reason you do 1,000 times 60 times 60 times 24 is so that you know that, hey, this is seconds times minutes times hours, and that way you know it's the number of days. But when it comes to a value like const starting money equals this, you look at this and you're like, at a glance, is that 10 million? Is that 1 million? And then you have to count the zeros and you're like, oh, it's 10 million, okay. And so we'd be able to process this way easier like that. Or honestly, even as like 1E7. But I don't think scientific notation is as commonly seen in code. Oh, put a comment, then there's two things to maintain. This one is mostly due to other languages having that by default. Yeah, although Java only got it in Java 8, I think. And I actually didn't even know Python had it. No, Python doesn't have commas at least. This is defining a tuple. Huh. Just write 10 mil? Yeah, but that's a thing you have to maintain then, right? If I write 20K here and then I'm like, oh, let's change this to 30K, and then this says 20K still. It's just another thing. I mean, that's why you have it built into the language. Or why you'd want it built into the language. I gotta get rid of that comment. I don't want that there. What feature are we talking about? Just the way to write number literals with commas. At least that's what I was talking about. So if you say const money equals 10,000, you could also write it like this. There's a proposal for that at least. Alright, take care 3D extended. Oh, Python's a proposal as well. Okay, got it. So return this dot connects hardware metrics dot del. Just make it a string. Yeah. If only everything coerced values into numbers like JavaScript did, then everything could be a string. Okay, so we want to do dot where. We don't really want that, right? Yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Deletes one or more rows based on other conditions. Can you limit a delete? Yeah, where limit 10. Yeah, so I can just do dot limit. You only care about this. Have we gone beyond this number of... And we want to order by the, what's it called? Creation date. Order by creation date. I just don't know. Is this descending or ascending? Well, let's find out. Let's just type descending. We'll see if this works. Okay, so here's what we do. If we hit the batch size, we're going to call persist. If we end up persisting, we are going to... Oh, darn it. Yeah, because this isn't in a transaction, then I guess 2 different account servers could end up wiping out all of the data that we have. And that means that I do need to do this inside of a transaction. That's not the worst thing in the world. Also, the odds of that happening are pretty slim, and we lose metrics data, which isn't too bad. Still, it's not a good idea by any means. So fine, we'll make a transaction. Just copy paste everything in one of these smaller functions. I do find this a bit annoying. This is why I probably should use a different solution to begin with. $120K rows isn't a lot. Yeah, but this is all just metrics data. So it's not very valuable information. MySQL can easily handle millions of rows. Yeah, this was mostly like is it worth spending more than 10 megabytes saving just hardware information? And if it is, we can just increase these numbers. That'd be fine. Hey, Mario. So return what, TRX? Or yield TRX? And yield. Hey Bradley, how's it going? Doing any good streams lately? Sure do love doing this. So if count is greater than this, then yield the deletion, and then we're good to go. I don't know. Why do you bind this even though you use arrow functions? That is a good question. I'm pretty sure it's because you can't use an arrow function with a coroutine. So function star can't be an arrow function star. I'm pretty sure I have to use bind this for that. What was wrong with it, Bradley? Also, is this... I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's try this out. This is going to be a little bit tough to test too. So we're going to set the batch size down to 1. We're going to get rid of... Actually, let's do a couple of things here. Let's set the batch size to 1 here. Something with a BIOS? Oh, I see. Alright, then we don't care about if this is a ranked match. Max hardware metrics to track. We'll set this to 10, and when we hit 10, we'll go down to 5. So we'll delete 5 of them. All right, let's test it out. So how many do we have now? We have 12. So as soon as we complete a single phase, this will go to 9 because we'll have added 2 and then we'll subtract 5. And it should delete the oldest ones. So let's do this. Order by creation date. This is not descending. This is descending. So what we want to do is probably have ordered this ascending, right? Well, let's try it. Don't know if it's gonna work. So here's our table right now. That way we know what it used to be, although we could always just scroll up. And we will go attack. And hopefully that worked. We ended up with 2 rows. That's definitely a bug. And yeah, that's a bug. I probably typed the wrong number here. Hardware metrics to delete. Apparently that limit didn't work because that's set to 5. Unless this ran twice. Which it shouldn't have. What happened? What happened? So let's put a breakpoint in here. Yeah, this is a shame. Whoops, what am I doing? So this won't break in until, oh, that shouldn't have happened. Ooh. Maybe it should have, and we just don't have the right count yet. So this is equal to 3. Yeah, that's fine. If count is greater than or equal to 10, then we would remove 5 of these. And that is definitely not working. What's probably not working is just my MySQL here. Or sorry, not my MySQL, my SQL. I know that sounded like I said the same thing twice, but I did not. I'm doing a delete from hardware metrics limit to 5. And I say order by creation date. So I don't think that limit 5 does anything, but I don't know exactly how it works. So we need some kind of test database here. Actually, we have one. Let's just do this. Insert into hardware metrics. Hey, OJ. How you doing? Guess I have this in here. Yeah, just insert into this values. Okay, so insert into hardware metrics, values. So hardware config phase number is defender creation date. So values are going to be nothing, 0, 0, and now. Cool. So we should have a row in there. Yeah, we do. So I'm going to just do this. I'm going to stagger it a little bit so that we get different times so that we can obviously see how this got affected. I only need to do like 10 of these. There, that's pretty good. Hey, Freak Technic. So now the issue that I'm running into is how do I limit this delete? Because I thought this would be what I needed to do. Maybe it's just that I need a where clause. Oh, yeah. Huh. They say things about limits here. Delete truncate table can be used with transaction. To ensure it doesn't take too much time, MySQL specific limit row count clause specifies the maximum number of rows to be deleted. The number of rows is larger than the limit. Repeat the delete until the number of rows affected. Yeah, there's also this, which I don't probably care about too much. And there's, oh, it's just 2 paragraphs. Okay. The time required to delete individual rows is exactly proportional to the number of indexes. To delete rows more quickly, you can increase the size of the key cache. To delete all rows, truncate tables faster than delete from. Huh. This may be super slow then. And also, okay, let's try to use the same query. delete from hardware metrics limit to order by creation date ascending. Let's try this and see what happens. Give an error. What should this query work out to be? It's probably just an ordering problem. And the way I could figure this out is by printing this out as a string. Oh, you know what? We could do that anyway. Because I have a connects testbed, because I ran into this problem exactly before this. So if we just run this, and then require the testbed code, maybe order by and then, yeah, that's probably it. So now we type, what do we have access to? Connects, yeah. So this dot toString, and we'll get a query out of here. Oh, server constant is not defined. Maybe just say 5. Aha, the limit does nothing. In fact, none of this does anything. Does it just have to do with the order of this? Because this should be, oh man, well that's not what I expected. Uh-oh. Yeah, not at all what I expected. Oh boy. Alright, what do I do? Well, let's go to their GitHub and see if there's an issue on this. Oh boy. 437. This doesn't work in Postgres. Pretty sure this now works in 0.6. Not unless I need a where clause here. You have to use raw. Let me try something here. If we just say where 1, the operator undefined is not permitted. Huh. Yeah, I guess I do have to use connects.raw here. And there's actually one other way I could do this, which is pretty hacky, but it'd be to return a specific date and then delete everything earlier than that date. This very thing that I have here of order by, this is going to be slow if I don't index this table. I don't know, all these things I'm doing, this is why I should just be using NoSQL for this particular thing. And what's the query I even want? Is it this? Uh-oh. That doesn't seem to like that. Because that just lagged there. Order by creation date limit 2. Basically only use where. Yeah, I see. Good point. So Adam, I have to get source control set up. I know, shame on me for going 3 months into the project without it. Any recommendations? Yeah, I just use Bitbucket and Git. It has private repositories. Git is very popular. It's pretty easy to set up. I am actually incredibly surprised that you went this long without setting it up already. I think, given how easy it is to do in general, you should do it as soon as you know your project's going to last longer than a couple of hours. I think your project is going to be like, oh, let's just test this out. Yeah, you don't need source control for that. But as soon as you know, like, hey, I want to return to this tomorrow, yep, that's where you should just start using source control. And you should get in that habit, I think. So whatever you do now, when it comes to setting up your source control for your current project, you should write down some notes for yourself so that in the future, you've got just dead simple instructions on how to do this. Hey, Max, do you consider logging into the database from your backend and include logs on your dashboard? So they're already connected to the database on the back end, and having logs on my dashboard I think would probably be a good idea. I don't have a way to do that right now. So yeah, I should think about that on my dashboard. That's a good suggestion. Add an auto-incrementing ID to your metrics table and do a simple order by. Yeah, I guess if I know what the newest ID is, I could do that. Keeping an index of an unsigned integer is relatively cheap. That is a good suggestion, I think. Let me write this down for a dashboard. To show the most recent error messages from particular endpoints, and maybe have a way to fetch logs. Custom numbering of rows. I don't think I need to do any custom numbering here. Basically, this should always be sequential, and if I ever need to wipe out this table, or wipe out parts of this table, I could just delete the lowest number of rows. Because insert should return the highest ID, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it returns 2 in MySQL, returns 2, 3 in Postgres. So as long as I, oh wait, 2, 3. I'd expect. Postgres is, Acer Monster. Oh man. Okay, well we'll do this. Const insert Sir Monster. You don't have to worry about that. So yeah, if count is less than this, then we'll just say delete dot where ID is less than the highest ID that we inserted minus the number that we want to keep. So that's minus a number to delete. So we say number of highest ID to keep. There, perfect. That's actually lowest ID to keep, not highest ID. Oh man, this has certainly been something. So we want an auto incrementing, where is it? Big increments ID. quickly delete old values. No, I haven't upgraded to Node 8. Not yet. I see yields where there should be awaits. Yeah, I know. My code could be revolutionized. So we're not going to limit this. We're not going to order by. In fact, we don't even necessarily need the creation date. I wonder if game version's more helpful than creation date. Or throwing in game version on top of that. Well, let's try this out. Also, we're going to stringify this stuff. So num rows to keep, lowest ID to keep, and highest insert ID. Perfect. Let's try it out. What are these numbers set to? Just delete the rest of this stuff. It's all garbage at this point. So we need to rerun that migration. We need to redo a bunch of stuff. Did I give you a point, Kifurba, or no? I did not. If I don't sub to you, no food. You know food is you die. I'll still have food if people don't sub to me. We need to test this out. This is gonna be pretty tedious because of how overboard I'm about to go with this. Are you guys ready? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kill all of these services. Then we're gonna drop the database. Then we're gonna recreate the database. Then we're gonna restart all the services. Then we need to go set up botland again. So we'll make a simple bot here, lasers level 3, save. Then we'll log in over here and we'll attack it. You've got to read the terms of service. Okay, so use botland, select star from hardware metrics. So we got nothing there now. I hit commence. We just totally break. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, we end up with 2 of these. So that's okay. And what are these things set to? Nothing yet. Okay, and we will get to the point where we're tracking 10, and then we're going to delete 5 of them. So we just need to keep playing the game. This will put us at 3. Great, let's speed this up. This will put us at 4. 6. We should have 6 rows. Let me take a look. Yeah, we're at 6 rows. Gotta get up to 10. That's 7, 8. And this will put us at 10, which is going to start to delete 5 of them. So here goes. Here's our table. We press the commence button. And now we select. And hey, it worked. Yeah, it worked. And it deleted IDs 1 through 3. That's not totally correct, is it? I think it's working. I might have done this. There might be an off by 1 error, although when we're talking about 100,000, I don't think that really matters. So I have 7 rows. Yeah, okay, cool. So if we get back up to the point where we're at 10, we can just close that. So we're at 8 rows, 9 rows. Now doing this next one, this will put us at 11. We'll subtract down to correct. No, we're down to 7. Oh, I used less than, not less than or equal to. That's why that's happening. Okay, yeah. So there is an off by 1. So lowest ID to keep is actually lowest ID to delete. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We are good. So yeah, this is a little bit hacky. A little bit. Just a little. Not too bad. So now we can set these to real values and hopefully they'll just work. We should probably make them values that we'll actually see in beta. So like I said, in one game, on average, you probably have, what, 2 phases in a game? So that's 2 plus 1. So yeah, 3 metrics per game, well, per ranked game. And on average, how many games would people play every day during beta? I'd say 5 games per player per day. So yeah, on average, 15 metrics per player per day. So if we have 100 players, we'll just never hit that amount because we'll be at 1,500 metrics per day. And then it would take us like, I don't know, a few months before we hit that. We just want to make sure that it's working. But no, I think we got this. Okay. Describe how this process works, yeah. Time to check in. Man, I thought of a joke the other day. I don't remember what it was. All I remember now is that I didn't ever write it down and I meant to. So these are the kinds of metrics that, and really anyone who records metrics, the goal is to eventually use them to improve the product. Actually, that's not true. Some people have a goal of selling that data to advertisers or something. That's not my goal. My goal is to improve the product with this. And so when I come up with something like this table that I just did, if we take a look at this table, you can see it gives you a pretty good idea of what people are using. Right, I only have 7 rows right now, but imagine if I had 100,000. We could query this to see what is the most commonly appearing hardware in these configurations. And we might see it's missiles level 2 for some reason. And that could let us try to figure out some more about the game and just what people like, what they don't like, what's powerful, what's not powerful. This won't tell us, oh, this person used this. Did they go on to win that game? Did they not? We don't know that information. And we could later maybe try to correlate it, but I think that's really, really tough to make conclusions about this person used this. Did they win because of that or not? It'd be like saying, I don't know. Yeah, there's just a lot of variables in there. Hey, blind one. Okay, so let's go take a look at this. Thought about making a function where it prints out the amount of players online. I mean, it does have some pros and cons. There's a low amount of players, it might immediately. Oh, you mean make that public to users? No, I don't think so. I think there are games where the number of players online will impact your experience, but in Botland, it only matters how many players have defenses. And actually, that's something I could expose to players. So right now, for example, we have 61 players who are tracked by the matchmaker. We probably, if anything, have 1 person online, but that means that one person who's online could play against 60 other people. So we might advertise this number. I don't think we would advertise the number of people online because that shouldn't matter. In a game like Overwatch, you probably want to know how many players are online, or you would at least. Maybe you don't necessarily want to, because you need them to be present for you to play a match. Persist hardware metrics, possibly deleting many old entries in the process. This is an array of hardware metric. So most of the time we're just going to get the count, and that'll be that. Is there a fast way to get the count in MySQL? Because I think depending on what's storing your information, this could be a constant time check. I have a feeling this is not going to be constant time. Yeah, well, in website development, that's the whole point of the game, really. So if I log into Botland right now, like the online version, I can see exactly what happened while I was offline. So this is as though I was there at the time that this took place. I can see how Liquidor attacked me, what bots he used. Ooh, that shouldn't happen. Okay, we gotta fix that. Did not realize that was a bug. You can click slots in the blueprint info panel and it will turn them red, even though it can't delete them. Yeah. Yep, bug found. Record hardware metrics. If there's an error here, regardless of whether there's an error or not, I think I want to just delete this. No, I don't. I take that back. Only delete on success. Cool, rest of that looks good. This is fine. Get player. Shortcut to either get attacking player or get defending player. Player. Get serialized hardware from entity. Pretty straightforward function. I'm not going to comment any more of that. Phase simulator, record hardware metrics. Yeah, and that only needs to happen when we're on the server, which should have... Yep, it does. Okay, cool. Yep, we are good there. We're good there. These things should also be pretty straightforward. Yep, and yep. Hardware slot configuration. And this is just a boolean. Record hardware metrics. Pings to the server to see if they're online. That to me is health information. That should definitely show up on the dashboard for me. But I think the ping shouldn't matter too much. Just if they're alive. And then I guess what load they have. So maybe they're going overboard on CPU or something. So record hardware metrics. There is now a hardware metrics table that gets populated by when a ranked match simulates a phase. When a phase is simulated in a ranked match. Yeah, AWS does, but I'd like to have everything in one place. If someone who has a defense gets attacked while being online, will it jump straight to the match? Do you get an option whether to watch or not? No. So if right now there could be 100 people out there who are attacking me, and I won't actually know that they're attacking me, and I won't know that they're out there until they finish. And that's when I'll see a replay of my log. So yeah, there's no way to watch them I don't think there's much gained by that, and that's actually a really, really difficult feature for me to code, because that would add some like real-time elements back into the game. Because the only thing you're doing when you're attacking, if the attacker already customized their bots, you would see them place them, which you're going to see in the replay anyway. And if they haven't customized their bots, then they're going to be just hanging out in this menu for a long time, and you're not allowed to see what code they have anyway. So as far as you're concerned, they would just be standing around doing nothing. Then they're finally like, okay, no, I changed these bots, and they change them to here or something. So there's not really much to watch. Is the attack log in real time? This is refreshed every like 30 seconds, I think. So I can show you how this works. Who are we logged in as over here? We are... Oh, right, account names don't show anymore. Okay, I don't know who we are. Let's just log in as Adam 1. So these are all new. We'll just mark them as old. There. So yeah, I have 3 things in my log, and we're going to go attack this player. So let's just forfeit the match. And now you'll see it show up over here sometime in the next, I don't know how long. Also, if you changed pages, it would show up immediately. But otherwise, it'll just be every 30 seconds or 60 seconds. Make an icon just above the battle log saying how many alerts you have, or is that already the case? So it'll show you things that are marked as new. And eventually, like I said, this forfeit will come in here. I think it's once every minute. And I think the reason why is because if you just, like I said, if you change tabs, you go to the store page and come back, you'll see it. If you're sitting on the battle log page, then yeah, you gotta wait some time for that to happen. All right, let's just speed this up. I think it's set to a minute, and I think it's gonna take a while. So we'll just go to it back to here. Yeah. So this is marked as new, and there's nothing to replay here. Oh wait, what? Oh, I forfeited in phase 2, so there actually is one phase to replay. But since it's a forfeit, that's it. There's no phase 2 and no phase 3. So write a OneNote describing how this works. Let me go into my knowledge section. And I will write hardware metrics. Why not use server push events? Because then I need to have a WebSocket open, and the only way to have a WebSocket open would be to have a machine that can handle all those WebSockets. So I need to either write my own infrastructure or use something like Pusher and pay more money every month. So the way I look at it is, that is definitely a good feature. It is probably what users expect, and it's probably something I will eventually do, but only if Botland is popular enough for me to justify the extra money or extra time. Also high web size. Because yeah, back when the game was entirely real time, you had a WebSocket open to the server anyway, so you could do it for... Actually, that wasn't true. You had a WebSocket open to a game server, but you didn't have a WebSocket open to the matchmaker or something. But yeah, in the future I can go back to that. Okay, so description. I needed a way to know what hardware is actually being used in matches. So that I could figure out what's popular, what may be too strong or weak, etc. I guess I really like this one. What's popular and what's unused. While looking at the original Botland and the current ones, yeah, it has been quite a long journey. Perhaps extrapolate from there about what's powerful / weak. So we're going to write this whole thing out here. So it wasn't enough to know what hardware is used in configured blueprints, since we wouldn't know whether those blueprints were being used. We could track how often a blueprint is used, but given that they can change, we'd have to reset that count every time you updated it. What I settled on was a way to sample hardware configurations The game server will randomly sample a single defender bot during phase 0. And it'll sample a single attacker bot during each phase. This means that a minimum of 2 hardware configurations will be sampled in a game, and a maximum of 4. 1 defender plus 3 attacker. When the account server gets this information, it will track it only if the match was ranked. The reasoning behind this is that I don't care what blueprints are being used in unranked matches, since people may just be playing for fun. I don't think we have to do any specific balancing for fun when it comes to hardware adjustments. I think the game should definitely be fun, and there should be considerations around that, but I don't think this has to do with that. Okay, so by tracking it, the account server just adds it locally to an array of hardware metrics. It's not until we hit this that we'll try persisting it to the database. That way we're not making another database call every single phase that gets simulated. Okay, so when we add to the database, we also check to see how many metrics exist in the hardware. Hey yo. Metrics table. If that number exceeds, then we'll delete the first of them by ID. And note, this is why we have an auto-incrementing ID in the first place, so that deletions are easy, since delete and limit do not work well together in connects. I should also talk about why I use sampling here. Sampling configurations and not just saving everything is because this is supposed to give us an idea about what's popular, not a definitive resource. It's the highest amount of viewers you've ever had, because 100 plus is quite good, which isn't really made for game dev streams. The highest amount, I think one time I was above 200 for like a minute, and that was when I'd gotten hosted by someone who probably had the same view count I had, which was hovering around 100 at the time. If you want to take a look at how the average has changed, and I think we're finally on the way back up. No, we went back down. Anyway, the average has just been dropping and dropping and dropping. And I guess it dropped a little more than normal here. So then it went up by 2 and then back down. But yeah, in general, this has been pretty bad lately. Alright, so let's see. Yeah. Well, by sampling configurations and not just saving everything, this means we'll just get an idea of what's popular and not be able to definitively say something like no one is using Inferno Zapper. However, I didn't want to take up a ton of space in a database for this, and I figured It's as if people don't care about unit tests and tutorials. I think a lot of development streamers have seen their numbers go down lately. And I looked at a few of them a while ago, and I saw that was the case. I don't know what it's like now. They're all teaming out to make Voltland. At least EOJ is. And I figured that I can always change this later if we need more detailed information. So I think this is pretty good. The only other thing I should say here is consideration. Hey Luculus, and hey Pawn. Pawn, I don't know if you were, I don't think you're on Discord, Pawn. But when I was in Oregon, I wrote proximity to Pawn intensifies. We ended up dropping by Portland just to get some food and ice cream. What did we end up eating? Oh yeah, I remember. We went to some sandwich place, I think. Anyway, we dropped by Portland and I thought, I'm pretty sure that's where you said you were going. How was the wedding? So we have detailed this, now we can get rid of that, and then consider writing a small program to analyze this data. I don't know what I would do here exactly. But what we could do is we could just select all of these rows from the database and then export it as JSON data and then do something with that data. We could try to figure out like what's the most used hardware, what's the least used. I think just having this data is good enough for right now. Okay, so this is done. So the average lifespan of a bot. Make a lifespan component. Keep track of its lifespan since taking damage as well. Every turn a bot dies, increment its lifespan component. Or every turn a bot gets. Take the has taken damage. Hey Batman. Every You got there eventually, young Kocha. Every time a bot dies, emit a metric to, just like how regenerated life works, the track total lifespan. Emit average lifespan to the account server for saving, make a new column for average lifespan. Hardware metrics, bot metrics. Well, it's going to keep happening as long as Batman keeps coming in the chat. It feels Batman. Yeah, I've got the steps right now for this. What about chips? What do I even do for that? See how many people are using chips? See what the distribution of chip usage is? This is going to be interesting. I think we also probably care about what chips are people unlocking. And this would probably work very similarly to how I did hardware there. Point where we just log in a database what chips you're using. So it probably need to be done similarly to how we did hardware usage. We get a list of chips that someone is using. Ranked purchase. Hey Footy. We need to correlate this to computer level though, to know which chips are most impactful at each level. So website development, I call people by a name that other people in chat will know who I'm talking about. So I think, who are the people I don't actually call by their entire name? There's EJ, because when you say everyone, people think I'm saying everyone. So call him EJ, and I think that's about it. Everyone else in chat is pretty much whatever their name is. I mean, sure, I call this person Batman and not Batman. Yeah, we'll make a lifespan component. We'll try to keep track of these things. So component name, we'll go add in lifespan. Lifespan component. This will always start out as, what do we say? Like lifespan, or has taken damage. Can't really do that though, can we? Time in lifespan that took damage. So we'll do this here. We'll say this dot lifespan equals lifespan default to 0. Lifespan when taking damage. What is this word? Ambulance. Okay. Almost done with this. There we go. So now we need to use this. Making the component is super easy. So I think every bot should get a lifespan component. Where do I even do this? You could do this in create bot. Or make bot assemblage. Okay, take care of website development. And I'm gonna call you website development still. You can change your name on Twitch. So if you want to do that and be called Webby, you could try to get the name Webby. Okay, so we'll call this lifespan component. This goes here. By Weebles. There we go. So every time a bot gets a turn, we do this. Let's see. Where does a bot get a turn? It's where, man, there's some order of operations for this stuff. Zap damage and whatever else. Whether bot's on fire. Is on fire. Gotta be kidding me here. I don't know where this happens. Update code executor. Set up active bot. Is this where we do this stuff? Load shared variables, expose built-ins. What is this for? Oh, this shouldn't be done multiple times. This only needs to be done once. Yeah, this should be done in the constructor. Expose constant built-ins. These will never change. So this should be done in the constructor. Footy, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a warning that I have not seen you type anything other than just emotes basically. So try to type more than that or nothing. 85 filter. Slept like an elephant. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I feel way more myself than I did yesterday. Yesterday I felt like there was an imposter streaming. So yeah, when we call update code executor, we do this, but we don't do anything about... Oh, there's got to be something there where zap damage and fire damage takes place. I just don't remember where that is. Probably be in Game Simulator somewhere. You say, oh yeah, it's in here. I remember now. Okay. Yeah. So get next entity to update. Then we actually call update on it. Update next entity. Here it is. So there's duration system, heal over time system. So we could have a system that just deals with lifespans, but I don't really think there's a big reason to do that. Let's take a look at duration system. This is pretty similar. So remove is stunned. We'll see if there's a this dot update lifespan entity. We'll just do that. I think this is pretty reasonable. Get component lifespan component. If it exists, lifespan component dot lifespan update lifespan. This dot lifespan plus plus, and if is number this dot lifespan when taking damage, then lifespan when taking damage plus plus. Super easy. So now all we need to do is set this to a number. We'll say took damage. Lifespan when taking damage equals lifespan. Perfect. So do this, take this into account. We don't need to do anything like that. Bot dies at metric. Yeah. So when a bot first takes damage, if it has a lifespan component, we're gonna say that it took damage there. Where will this happen? Modify life. It's actually not just modifying its life. It's also if it's got shields. We only care that it took damage. Okay, so let's say a missile hits you. We call fire missile. What happens in the end of this? Fire projectile. Cool. And then we do apply damage to entity. Right, so what is that? This is apply damage in here. Adjust life modified. Modify life. Where's modify shield? Does this call shield? Yes. Great. Yeah. So as soon as we apply damage, if the damage to apply, this is amount. This is the amount of damage actually dealt. No. I think as soon as we call this. Okay, let's think about this, because this is where the design comes in. So we definitely want to know how long bots live from start to finish. However, we also want to know how long they live after engaging an enemy. How do we define engaging? I guess this should be in quotes. So is it when the bot first takes damage? When the bot first deals damage or takes damage? When the bot is attacked? Because if you get attacked and you have a buff that makes you immune to damage, yeah, I think it's when you're attacked. I think this is what I'm leaning toward. I only care when an enemy tries attacking you. I don't think I really care about anything else. This is the second thing though. I could see this working too. Yeah. So let me think about this. Let's say you have cloaking. Then you engaging an enemy would mean you deal damage and it can't even see you. So what's interesting there is knowing what your lifespan would be when cloaking comes into account. We wouldn't have that information. Hey, Hacks. I don't think whatever I do here is going to matter too much. If we wanted to know, don't you also want lifespan per hardware setup? It's just so difficult to know what to do with those numbers though. What I wanted for now is just an average across all bots. Because imagine if you had something like this. Imagine that you have a bot up here with armor and you have bots over here with just weapons. And this bot doesn't have any code on it. So it turns out it just doesn't move at all. Its lifespan is going to be the lifespan of the entire match. And you might think, oh, that's because the armor was higher. But it's actually because it's just off in the corner doing nothing. So, man, that sort of thing can skew these metrics to the point where I think, turns out, well, I guess you'd do this over the course of many different games with many players. Because maybe just extracting the most common hardware used per wins when attacking and defending is enough. Okay, so here's definitely what I need. Average lifespan is helpful to know if damage numbers are too low or high. So basically, if we see that the average lifespan is 3 turns for bots, that means bots are dying in 3 turns. That would mean that the game is probably a little bit too fast, I would say, and we need to slow that down. If we see the average lifespan for bots is, let's say, 30 turns, it probably means healing is too powerful, or that the arenas are too big, or something like that. And then we can dive into individual replays and try to figure out what exactly is going wrong. So that's what I'm most concerned with right now. So I guess it doesn't really matter which one of these we do. So we have source entity and target entity. And the source doesn't necessarily have to exist. Why? Fine. I think I was thinking more regarding hardware balance. Yeah, I think for hardware balance it could be helpful. And for that, I think it's going to just be really tough to get all that information. Because we could definitely do something like, at the end of the match, get the lifespans of the bots and correlate them back to the hardware so we know. But I think in general what we'd see is offensive bots will have a lower lifespan. Defensive bots will have a higher lifespan. And I think it's going to be really hard to say specific things. Like, oh, bots with melee or bots with lasers die a little bit sooner than bots with missiles or something. But it could just mean people have bad code, and that's where you need to take like skill level into account and what the enemy had and the computer level of the player. And there's a lot of stuff there. Wouldn't lifespan perhaps be from the point the bot is targeted as opposed to starting when taking or dealing damage? So I have 2 lifespans here. One is just how long this bot lived from start to finish, and the other is how long from when they took damage. I think I'm going to change this to lifespan after engaging. This will become a number once the bot has engaged an enemy. Enoughly. Until then, it's null. For example, if this dot lifespan equals 3, when this bot fires a laser at an enemy, then this dot lifespan after engaging will be 3. If the bot then lives until lifespan equals 6, we know that they only survived for 3 turns after engaging. Not so sure it'd be useful, at least at the start of beta. We've already seen meta or a thing in botland, so analyzing that meta could be enough with things like most used, least used. Yeah, and I think we'll be able to change this stuff later too. I think having just a baseline so that in beta I'm not like, well, I never coded this and now we gotta wait a week until I can get this data. Which, to be honest, is fine. Like, we're having to wait a week. I think just never having the data, that would be a problem. I think of games like League of Legends, and I think they must have some pretty good metrics in order to be able to change abilities by minor amounts. But I imagine for that, you run into the same problems, right? You can know how frequently a champion wins, but you don't know, was it luck? Like, did the other players disconnect or something, or they went AFK for like a minute and that changed the outcome of the match? Was it really skill? Was it the champion? Was it the combination of these things? Yeah, so this is a good starting point. This is not a question mark. This is always going to be defined. So then in here, what we do is if amount is less than 0, hey Skynet, what happened in the last couple months? Mostly the tutorial. Here's the newest recap video. Other than that, there's the tutorial and there's bot hardware graphics, and then I've been working on metrics for this week. They have a great tech blog where they talk about persistence and how they track things. Nice. No, that's not what the comment's going to be here. It's going to be if damage was even intended to be dealt, then we're going to consider both the source and target to have engaged the enemy for the sake of metrics. Clash Royale has insane metrics for balancing. So Clash Royale is made by a company that has enough money to put like a single developer on just metrics if they wanted to. So for me, I've got to think about what's the most important stuff. And that's where I think I'm going to be cutting some items off of this list that I originally had planned and that I actually think would be kind of helpful, which is not super important. We can add those in later. Just take the line contents. It's a good habit to snuff out of someone. So if not is nil source entity entity has engaged enemy. If is nil entity return get component lifespan component. If it exists, lifespan component dot has engaged enemy. No, just engaged enemy. Engaged enemy? That's probably good. No, what am I doing? This is not how any of this works. Source and target. Yeah, so I think this is pretty good. Now we need this. Every time a bot dies, emit a metric just like how regenerated life works that tracks total lifespan. Yeah, this is bad though, because then we won't get any of the survivors. Make sure we track survivors' lifespans as well. So when a bot dies, I don't even think we have a way to do this right now because there's a bunch of mark entity dead stuff here. Ideally, it would all filter through this, or we'd have an event or something. We could do this. Get the lifespan of the dying entity. Yeah, let's do it here. So we'll do, where do we handle things like regeneration or reflected things? I don't know. Reflect. There's some stat that I do somewhere. I just don't remember where. It's apparently not in here at all. Reflect. Some stat name. Stat constants. Projectiles reflected. Where does this get added? Increment stat. Stat constants.ids.projectiles reflected. So what if we had... What if we just had another stat that was something like total lifespan? That doesn't make any sense. No. We need to know. This is like an array of stats that we need. It's gonna be tough. Stats. So I think the ideal way to do this would be to have an array somewhere for this. That way we know. Well, we need to know whether this bot died as well. Oh man, what do we want in the end for all of this? If we really just want an average lifespan value, that's not that bad. But for defender bots, it's going to be pretty high. Because it's going to span multiple phases. Okay, so yeah, problem. Why is the recap video only 720p? So my monitor is only 1050p. So I do have a scene, maybe this is because I didn't move this over to the new OBS, but I did have scenes before that were 1080p where I would just have some black borders around them. But I think what you're really getting, it should be 1050p. Maybe I didn't export the video that way. Anyway, problem is that I have lifespan component, but I don't have a way to track each individual value. Without doing that, I need to know how many bots there were in total. So solution number one would be just, why don't you get a 1080p monitor? Just cost, that's the only reason. I want a 1080p monitor, just I don't think it's worth investing in right now. The other thing is, it's not like I just get one 1080p monitor. I have two of the same monitor right now. So they look pretty good next to each other. But if I got one that was different, I don't know. I feel like I need to get two that are the same, and then that doubles the price of the monitors, and yeah. You could, but you haven't subscribed. No, I'm not. I think even if there were, let's say, 200 new subscribers or something, I don't think I'd get a new monitor yet. I think I'll spend money on Botland first. So solution number 1, track all lifespan values in an array in player itself. Because it may be helpful to know whether a bot died. Do we need to know whether a bot died when we record its lifespan? Probably. That's all I know. I think this information is pretty helpful if we know how many turns each match took. We don't have that information either. There's no reason we can't get that. Track simulation time for matches. Num turns, num milliseconds to simulate. I think you're looking for bylights hacks. Oh, I still don't know what I want to do for this. We could just track lifespan values and then we add these up over the course of a match. Because what are these, game metrics? Yeah, we need to track individual bots if we're going to do that. How do we track these over the course of the whole game? Oh, we actually can do this. We have, so lifespan component will get serialized. So we would only track lifespans of dead bots or when the game ends. So it'll be the average lifespan of bots that died. So we could do something like this. Owner of dying entity. Is this guaranteed to exist? No. Dot. Man, there's gotta be already that a bot died somewhere here, right here. Bot entity. So then we don't even need to do this here. We can do this here. Let's try it. It's gonna be something like this. This dot dead bot lifespans. Something's gonna have to reset this as well. Dot push. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how this is going to work yet. I still have to figure this out. We have a bunch of these. These probably need to get reset at some point. And then we need to do something with them. I guess that could be at the end of the phase simulator. Any dead bots, we just record those metrics. I'll simulate phase. Yeah, let's put a breakpoint here. And let's go look at the defending and the attacking player. What do we do about the arena? This dot arena. Okay, so attacking player is this dot arena dot get attacking player and defending player. All right, time to try it. So we go restart this. We close out of all these things. Open this up. And we try attacking. And what we should see is that we'll have the lifespan information of all of the dead bots. Let's take a look. Ooh, whoops. I accidentally left a debugger in there. Wait, no I didn't. Oh, I didn't restart the account server. No, that was a waste of time. Wait, let's try that again. Is this gonna work? Nope. I gotta restart this one more time. Did it connect that time? Yes. It looks like it. Main context. So if we try attacking, there we go. So we should have metrics about dead bot lifespans. Here we go. Lifespan 6, lifespan after engaging 6. That can't be right. No, that can't be right. Unless it's dying in one. Oh, whoops. I know what happened. If is nil lifespan after engaging. So if it hasn't already engaged the enemy. So why would I want to use snapshot testing? So I don't have to rewrite my test whenever I change something? Did you mean to say that here? I don't know what the context is of that freak technique. Did I restart the game server? Okay, so now what do we have? Attacking player. Doesn't seem right still. No, this definitely doesn't seem right. But I just fixed this. Let's try one more time. I don't know what just happened. And yeah, I'm messing this up. I don't know how I'm messing it up, but I know I'm messing it up. It's got to be in there. There's no way for these things to be the same numbers every time. Here it is. Lifespan after engaging is 10. So we're not going to call this. Lifespan is 10. Lifespan after engaging is null, so we set that to whatever lifespan is 2. Okay, so 10 and 2. I'm guessing that's what we're going to see in here. Nothing died. Should be impossible as well. Oh, unless we hit the timeout. Yep, we did. Okay. I will get to the bottom of this. Lifespan after engaging 13. That should never increase. Oh, whoops. Never mind. So it's really lifespan when engaged. That's not what I want to say. Yeah. No, whatever. I think it sounds really silly, but I think that's the right number now. And this will let us know how long did an enemy live after it engaged another entity. And here we go. We got some numbers. Lifespan 6, lifespan when engaged 2. Yeah, so it survived for 4 turns after it engaged the enemy. In fact, we should probably just manually verify this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that's fair, because it was 4 of its turns, 5 of the enemy's turns. So let's try this again here. Let's try to see what this is equal to. Actually, we'll know beforehand. So the attacker bots both died. One lived for 4 turns, the other one lived for 4 turns. And the defending bot, none of them died. So these both lived for 4 turns. Yeah. And then we'll do that same thing again. Actually, put them like this, it'll be a little bit different. Defending player now had all 3 bots die. One lived for 11 turns, apparently. The other one lived for... Oh, because this spans multiple phases. I see. Yeah, that's technically fair. And the attacking player didn't lose any bots. Yeah, okay, that's kind of interesting. I definitely need to write down how this all happens. So we've got this data now. Just need to use it. Track the lifespan component in the player object. Yeah, so survivors' lifespans just won't be tracked. Defender bots should live for multiple, like many turns. And some of these, yeah. So at the end of all of this, and attackers could live forever as well, but that would only be in a stalemate. I don't think I care about those cases. So this is done. Track survivors' lifespans. I don't know if this is important. For an attacker to never die, I'll just write this. This isn't important. For an attacker to never die, it means they either won or they stalemated. For a defender to never die, likely means that they won or that the CPU was destroyed before bots were killed. So I don't think I care about those cases. So we're just going to delete that. Okay, so emit average lifespan of the account server for saving. Yeah. So at the end of this, we can do something like this dot record lifespan metrics. Hey Warner, how you doing? Happy 4th of July. Gotta think how I'm gonna save this. Why doesn't it shield my dude? Find close ally bot shield. Do you have shield or do you have reflect? Because you got to make sure that you have shield on here. Also that it can't be on cooldown. The other thing that might have happened, and this is a little bit tough to see, but it might be that your shield was just destroyed immediately. So take a look at this. If I make 2 bots and I give one of them shield, so let's make this one stand out a bit. I'll go into the store and we'll just buy one cosmetic item. I'll buy this one. So yeah, here's my shield bot. And we'll make that same script, shield ally. We'll put this here. And then we'll make the other bot here. And I'll hit commence. And yeah, actually this might be a bug. But it does look like that did not work. I wonder when that started breaking. And thanks, Warner. Huh. Yeah, I don't think this is your fault then. It looks like find closest allied bot is broken. Ally is bot distance ascending. So there's closest, yeah. And then return that. So what, does shield no longer work? Target entity. If it doesn't exist as the active bot, make sure that they're friendly. And then it's a bot. Oh god. No, wait, no, that's fine, because they are friendly. And then make sure you can sense it. And then try shielding them. Huh. Okay, well, that's a bug. I will take a look at that in a bit. Try to figure out the shield ally bug. Yeah, oh well. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that right now. At best, it would be fixed by tomorrow. I do want to take a look at that today because it's very interesting. And then the other thing I should do is add a test for this. I'm kind of surprised I don't have a test for that. Or is it just failing? Nope, I don't have a test for that apparently. I don't know what happened there. If exists and can shield. Maybe can shield is failing? Let's just try this. No. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. I'll just write that here. It's either find closest allied bot or it's shield. Strange. So emit average lifespan to the server. So player metrics, where do those get saved? Combine metrics. These are just game stats though. We can't do that. It's have to be like lifespan metrics. And we need one for the defender, one for the attacker. And we need to save these somewhere. I think someone wrote this. I don't know where I'm going to save this in the database. Game metrics. Oh man. I need to write something custom for this, I think. Because yeah, I think one of the metrics for the game is going to have to be lifespan. But it's going to get emitted differently. Yeah, I'll do this after lunch, I think. I'll just write this down. I'll get some food pretty soon. Figure out how I'm going to save lifespan information into the database. I think it should go into game metrics. But that means it needs to get combined phase over phase. And despite not being part of game stats. Hey Telly, how's it going? I'm just about to take my lunch break, so this is a bad time to drop in. Or maybe we just add it to game stats. Yeah. defender and attacker. I can't leave you now. I need to eat food. This should happen in migration. And finally, document how this works in OneNote. Yeah, so it's 12:09. I have been online for about 3.5 minutes, or 3.5 hours, excuse me. 3.5 minutes. So yeah, I'll probably stream for another 4 hours when I get back. We'll see how that goes. But thank you guys for watching so far. Hope to see you after lunch. Yeah, take care. Bye, everybody. time to read chat. Okay. Gotta start at the beginning. Well, I don't really have any. I don't have any private messages, right? No, although someone's probably gonna send me something. So let's see. Coach. Oh, Warner's gone. That was half an hour ago. Okay, cool. Yeah, so hey again, everybody. So where we left off is getting lifespans to be saved. And I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. So for defenders, we only need to persist them. So there's defender versus attacker. There's dead versus alive. And there's phase 0 versus later phases. So we only want to persist stats for bots that died. And and there's one other thing. There's total lifespan versus lifespan after engaging. So we want average lifespan and average lifespan after engaging. So yeah, we only want to persist stats for bots that died. So we need to know. We just check to see if this is set, right? Hey, Super Junk. By the way, something that wasn't obvious here. I'm wearing, I told you guys about this, red, white, and blue. 4th of July. I don't think this matches or anything, but anything goes on the 4th as long as you're wearing the colors of the US flag. So we only want to persist stats for bots that died. And we have this information. So here, we could just get whatever died and then, yeah, then I'll get wiped out the next time. So we could just send these back. Send back any dead bot lifespans stats we have in metrics dot dead bot lifespans with attacker / defender categories. And then what? Combine metrics, the player metrics with the database metrics. This is for the game. So it had to be a game stat if I'm going to do that. Hey, Spurman. Spurman, how's your 4th of July going? I know it started earlier than mine. But how is it over there? Well, it is a stat with a value, but there would be total. could do average per phase. We could just not worry about combining metrics. So how does this work? Nothing will persist on the game server here. So for me to get this information, I'd have to save it to the database. For now. So I could track this number, or, okay, so track 4 new values in GameStat. Lifespan, number of dead bots, lifespan after engaging. I guess it'd be 3 new values. Then handle averaging these correctly in the database. Or solution number 2, I guess, would be save the arrays themselves in the database. Or just do this per phase. Make a new table entirely. What else can we do? Because I don't like any of these. Yeah, so for anyone who's just started watching, what's going on right now is that I'm trying to track bot lifespans, and I have an array of these here, and these represent lifespan components which have 2 values: the total lifespan of a bot and the lifespan after when they engage an enemy. I eventually want to save averages of these to the database. So at the point that a game is done, I can pull that information from this player. This is on a game server. This would eventually need to make it back to the account server, and it would need to be saved on the account server. So I could do something like this. Let's say we have values 5 and 15. So the average is of course going to be 10. And we could say that the number of elements was 2. So we know that if we got, let's say, a 20 in there or something like that, or a 40. So we got a 40 next time, that the average would be 20 and num elements would be 3. So basically when we see that the average is 10, num elements is 2, and we're add in a 40, that we do 2 times 10 plus 40 divided by the new number of elements. And we of course get our new number 20 there. You think pure JavaScript is the best thing ever? I don't know if there is a best thing ever. I think there are different languages for different tasks or different environments or different just points in time, really. So I like JavaScript. Do I think it's the best? No. I wouldn't know what to answer for what is the best, though. Saving things this way is probably not too bad. We could save, yeah, number of deaths. Hey, hardcore head. Average lifespan, number of deaths, average lifespan after engaging, and hey, Shadow. Okay, this isn't too bad. Stockholm Syndrome. So I would go add in 3 more stats. Oh, we already have deaths. But what does deaths track? Bot deaths? Or is it chip deaths as well? Increment kills and deaths. No, it's for anything. It's not just for stats. Okay, it's not just for bots, I mean. So we'd have to add in bot deaths Well, unless we want the lifespan of chips as well. Average bot lifespan. Yeah, so we could have 3 more of these. Database column name, I guess we'd need the same thing there. Do you think you can do a ping like in CMD in JavaScript where you can ping something from your PC? So JavaScript is just a language. You can use it to control a lot of other things through something like Node.js. So if you want to run JavaScript as though you're running it, well, just on a server or something, you'd use something like Node.js or Phantom.js, or there's a bunch of different ways you can do this. And then, yeah, you could write something that'll do a ping. In fact, if you look up just Node.js ping server, you'll probably find a code snippet. Yeah, it uses your local ping.exe that you have. So if you type which ping, yeah, it'll just call into ping.exe. So can you do that from JavaScript? Yeah. Is it a pure JavaScript solution? No. Doesn't really matter. Hey, Fade. So this won't work. Because I can't just combine these. GameStats has a combine with. And what we do is we add when we find them. We need to have a different way to combine certain stats. I don't know how I'm going to do this still. Excuse me. Maybe I just don't do this. Save this into the JSON blob of a save defense. Oh, that's not really a different solution. Persist these immediately, maybe. I don't know. Is it so bad to have an extra column in game metrics? Like text serialized lifespan data? Yeah, I guess so. Because this eventually needs to be computed. Oh, man. I'll tell you, just come up with a project and then try to work on that. That's where I think this Learn PDF can be helpful. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about this data. I really don't have any great ideas here. We've got the data right here. We can send it over to the account server, but then what does the account server do? It's got to save it into a table somewhere. It's either a table I have or a table I don't have. And the tables I have, I don't think make a lot of sense for this. I'd have to write a bunch of custom logic. Yeah, we just make an update object here. What if we change this to totals? This would work. I guess this would give us an average. Why can't a game server itself save it to the database? Game servers don't have database write access. There's no reason why they couldn't have that, but I wanted the database stuff to be handled by the account server. So basically, game servers would just be used for the CPU intensive stuff. MySQL does have a JSON data type, so you can still do your computations on that. Yeah. I mean, when all's said and done, this problem I'm running into is just, where do I put this in the database? And I think part of this thing I'm running into is that I want it to be in one format while the game is going on and in another format when the game is done. Hey, bother. So I think another problem about this is that I want one format while the game is still ongoing and another format for when it's done. Well, we have ongoing match. Could have the extra stat, then match. Just wandering here for a few minutes to see what's up. Yeah, I've been working on metric stuff, and I'm not super happy with what I'm trying to do right now. I'm just not sure about this. Like, we have, let's see, ongoing match. Error, what? Oh, it's got to reconnect to the database, I'm guessing. Just reconnect to this whole thing. It's the first thing I see is Sublime. Standard, yeah. So ongoing match right here. And this. So if I added this in, and then what does matches have? We wouldn't want stat stuff in there. Guess we have to go into game metrics. It just doesn't make sense anywhere else. And when do we ever get rid of game metrics? I don't remember this stuff. I don't think we ever delete from game metrics. Yeah, we don't. Well, that's fun. If it wasn't for this, I think just putting everything into game metrics would make the most sense. I could output to that when the game is done. Ongoing data needs to be stored somewhere. Oh, you're leaving, bother. Alright, well, thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Always nice to see people. Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably give up on this for now. And just not do what I was trying to do. Because I don't know how else to do it. And I probably need to write that down somewhere. Just so I know for the future why I stopped doing this. Because a lot of this just makes sense. And keeping some of these things, this refactor code execution system. I now only expose constant built-ins once. We should probably test that out. Don't you have some mapping done where ongoing match has to go to finished match? Taking one column from ongoing match to game metrics sounds reasonable to me. Oh man, what happened here? Yeah, I should probably do that. Mapping after the match is done, yeah. Why? I don't know what's going on in my head right now. I'm just not thinking about things. Oh, stack constants. This is incorrect. There we go. Well, good thing I tested that. I actually found a different bug there. Then we run this again. I didn't change anything here, did I? No. If the entity has a lifespan component, this will mark in that component that the entity has engaged the enemy. It doesn't return anything. Alright, I guess I'll write this down. This is an array of objects. Each object in here is a serialized lifespan component. And yeah. Yeah, there we go. For a bot that died. Add foundation for lifespans. Nothing is done with this data, but I believe I'm tracking lifespans correctly now. Why no keyboard cam? I wanted to try without it. It was kind of annoying to just keep setting up, and it covers a bunch of the screen. And then I took a poll about it because people have been asking. And there are enough people who said no to having the keyboard cam back, where it makes me think I probably shouldn't put it back. I don't know. I mean, as we link in this poll, a lot of people will say yes or I don't care. But the people who don't want it aren't going to comment on it. Probably. I think I'm tracking lifespans correctly now. Yeah, so and finally in game metrics at the end is the best idea. Yeah, thanks for the advice, Max. So how would I do this? We have player metrics. We could do something like this. I'm just going to type some things out and we'll see where this takes me. Lifespan metrics. So we get this. It's not until the match is actually over. So in save simulation results, we need a way to combine those metrics though too. Oh, combining them is just concatenating to an array. So save simulation results. We take the array from the database. We need to change ongoing match and everything else. I don't feel like doing this. I don't. I'm just going to write down what I would have to do. Yeah. I never finished this task because I didn't feel like doing it. I want to write down where I left off though. I should be correctly tracking lifespan on the game server via lifespan component. So at the end of simulating a phase in Phase Simulator, each player object should have There's no way to donate, Telly. Each one should have its dead bot lifespans property set correctly. In order to persist this to the database, I need to save that temporary data somewhere. What is this title? Hey Tyler, I'm working on metrics. And yeah, hi. I mean, I said hey, but now I've also said hi. Okay, so in order to persist this to the database, I need to save that temporary data that is dead bot lifespans into ongoing matches. Then as long as the game isn't done, I just concatenate. I'll just say blah blah. Then as long as the game isn't done, I just concatenate to that array. As soon as the game is done, I would convert it to an average lifespan and average lifespan after engagement and persist it to game metrics where it would have gone otherwise unused until that point. And that's it. This work would take maybe like 20 minutes. I just do not feel like doing it for some reason. So you're doing stat collection essentially? Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. Well, guess we're not doing this. Let's try to figure out that shield ally bug. Yeah, let's go take a look at that. Because I'm not sure what's going on here. We have so little code for this to do. Find closest allied bot. Put a breakpoint there, and then put a breakpoint in shield. And we should get to the bottom of this almost immediately. Let's go try it out. So all we do is add shield, and then put this script on. Shield ally, create it and place 2 of them and hit test. There we go. So find closest allied bot. Did it find someone? No. Well, there's a problem. Okay, that was easy. Yeah, so what's going on in here? Friendly or enemy? Sort by sort direction, find entities. Do we have any of these? Null. Okay, so now there's the problem. Now we hit test again. Find in range. See, I don't totally know what these things are. Let's go take a look. Friendly or enemy. Entity match flags. So we got the number 8. That is 2 to the 3rd is bot. Okay, and then we got type. Oh wait, that was 2. That's ally. And then type is bot. So allied bots makes sense. Tyler, thanks for resubbing. $2 months, thanks. And Nye says, did you find out what went wrong with the GA events yesterday? Yeah, I was doing something like this. I said if this dot enabled, then ga.create. And then I had if this dot enabled, ga.send. And I commented this out. And just this. So I was trying to do a send without having called create, and that was the only problem. So I should have just enabled it all, and that way create would have been called. It was really simple. Just took me a long time. It's been a while since I've been here, so how's the developing going? Tyler, it's been going pretty well. I don't know if you've seen this recap video. There's that, and then there's been the tutorial. You can actually go take a look if you want. Go to play.bot.land. You can check out the tutorial. If you make a new account, you can go through it. You can have your friends do it. There are new bots in the game. You got Sea Monster bot. You got Anglerfish bot. You got Boat bot. There's Anglerfish. Cool stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff's happening. We got 2 months exactly, I hope, until beta. And right now I'm trying to figure out a very, very interesting bug. So friendly or enemy is undefined. And if is null return, wow. How could this possibly fail? Oh, there's the problem. I never handled allies. That's it. Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. That's really all. I just never did this. This dot is owned by me. There's no ally here. Where does ally even come into play? Is ally not a thing? Friendly. Oh, no. No, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it is owned by me. It's not ally. There's no ally. Hey, Digi. Oh man. What is this though? It is owned by me. Entity match flag side is owned by me. Can't believe it. Yeah, I can't believe it. So keys constant on enemy match flags. Values constant on enemy match flags. And this should fix it. Let's go try it out. So we make a bot, we give it shield. We're gonna remember to save it this time. Well, let's save it first. And then we'll test it. And what we should see is that our bots will be shielded. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so what's happening is this one's shielding this one's shielding this, and that one was shielding this, but now that's dead, it's shielding this one. So this is working correctly. So if we were to just give one of these bots that behavior, so let's give this the shield logic, and this the shield logic, and put another bot in the middle with missiles, or artillery, both of those. So now what's going to happen is these two are going to shield, let's do it this way. These two are going to shield this one, so this will be extra shielded. Yeah, and it still died. How do I get the anglerfish bot? So Programmer D, this is serious, but yeah, try to figure it out on your own. And if you can't figure it out still, then you can ask me again. Hey Mantis. But I want to make sure that this is at least discoverable enough. Hey Nick. How's everyone doing? So this should be fully shielded. How's it taking so much damage? I think there's just a lot of damage output by artillery. So I bet if we change the strategy here to something like this, and it just got shot by lasers, it would be able to survive. I mean, kind of. What? Okay, I don't understand this. I think shield does like nothing. Damage is worth 500. And how much do vampiric lasers do? What's the library you're making, Endurin? They do 300. So after 3.5 hits, the shield should be dead. 1, 2, 3.5. Okay, yeah. I guess everything's working. I guess shield's just not as strong as I wanted it to be. We could also do, although at this point I'm not testing anything, I'm just having fun. But if we get repair and then put this on the bot. Hey Ramy, and hey No Pointer. It's going well. It's going well enough at least. I'm not like, I think the morning was pretty on track, and then lunch, now I'm a little bit tired. Still gotta keep trucking though. So repair ally. We'll do this if we can't shield. And then we'll try repairing ourselves. It's less than 1900. And yeah, that's it. We'll just leave it like that. And if you can't do any of this, then we just want to pursue the closest ally. No, this has to be an and. We want if and the distance is greater than a certain number. It's greater than 1. Really? Connects and handles card payments, external party. So the end user has some very easy API calls available, so I'll handle their payment protocol. Are you doing this for, like, for a business? It sounds a lot like something like PayPal almost. Okay, let's see. Does this strategy work? It does. They pulled out their little repair gun. Oh, they still died. Okay, here's what I need to do then. I need to put this here and this here, and then I think everything will work just fine. There. So now this thing is going to be invincible. Yeah, its life isn't even changing. Oh, that's because it's not dying. Nice. Look at that. This thing's not totally dead. Well, I mean, I came up with a script. It does kind of what I want. A lot of blocks, though. So add a test for this. Yeah, I might as well. Find closest allied bot. Should be able to call find closest allied bot specifically. Yeah, so this is going to be pretty simple. We'll call this find code. CV equals find closest allied bot. And then we do shield CV. You can really feel the Java hatred from Hideo. Hate Deo. Okay, how are we going to do this? We do shield bot, build bot for the defender with code, find code, shield, coordinate 00 create, good. near bot. Call this ally bot. Put this at 2-0. Put far ally bot is at 3-0, and then enemy bot is at 1-0. And then we run code for the shield bot, and we assert that the only thing that got shielded was the ally, the closest ally. I don't know how to do that, but there must be something with shields in here. Here it is. So there's this function. Is there another function that we have that's like this? Assert entity has shield. Wow, perfect. I thought of everything. Hey, Pipianist. Why is an outroduction? People do say outro, right? Yeah. I wonder if this ever stood for outroduction. How's it going though? So this, and this is only assert that they have shields. I guess I should have changed this to be assert that they don't have them. Oh, I see. No, to assert that they don't have them, we would just use the other function. So near ally bot. All these other ones are just going to be 0. Far and enemy. Done. Okay, let's try running that. Why? Yeah, there we go. Let's try running just that. One pipe pianist. Hey, it worked. Cool. So you know what we could do here? Just to make absolutely certain, if we comment out this one line that I changed, and then we rerun the test, they're going to fail. Yeah. And that's how we know that we fixed this, is because now the test passed. Yeah, 412 passing. Nice. Well, we fixed this bug. It's really good. I didn't even know it was a bug because we didn't have a test for it. Two problems. Okay, so fix bug with ally, write test for that, get rid of this. Find closest allied bot. This was really a problem in this, and that I never handled the ally flag. Problem solved. Track simulation time for matches. This prints out somewhere. I don't know where. Turns? Game simulator? Yeah, right here. So we have this for the game simulator. How does this ever even get used? What is this doing? I don't know. I don't know why this exists and this exists. Yeah. Wow, wonderful. Okay, new game simulator. Where do we do this? Shared code, simulate game phase. What? I don't remember this. I am Gandalf. So somewhere in here we must use this. I just need to find out where. Oh my god. No, you gotta be kidding me. I don't use this class at all? Game simulator? Oh man. Oh. It hurts. So this is used because we'll eventually call simulate phase, which makes a simulate game phase call, which calls into the game simulator. Okay, that makes sense, but it's pretty confusing. I should probably write that here somewhere. Class is responsible for simulating a phase of a game by taking into account when entities are run. I made something called phase simulator. I made something called game simulator. Oh boy. So what's the difference between these? I don't know. Yeah, they're basically the same class. And this only has 200 lines of code anyway. Don't know why this is separate from a phase simulator. It might have made sense at some point, and now it just doesn't. Yeah. Alright, well, here's what we've got. Phase simulator creates arena. Arena creates game simulator. Game simulator has the metrics we want. So how do we do this? Oh, you get a reference back to the phase simulator. That sounds like a bad idea. We can combine these things. Sounds like a bad idea because game simulator shouldn't have... Wait, we have record metrics, don't we? We have a metrics collector. Oh man. I think I know what eventually happened here. I wonder where this exists. Wait, what? What? Oh, this is just a rabbit hole right now. Or not increment stat. I see. There is no reason to do anything with this. And this is just a boolean. Should definitely comment that. I don't see what the point of this is. Comment this back in. Yeah, why is this commented out? I guess new game simulator. Something needs to tell this how we record this. I see. Yeah, great comment. So we say record metrics here. This is just always going to be true, isn't it? I don't care about this stuff. Yep, and this is on the client. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I understand what's going on. So this is wrong. Record metrics equals is on game server. We pass that in here. We put this back to how it was. Game simulator. Yep, I just never looked at this again, and there. So hopefully this doesn't break missions, but this still doesn't really answer what I'm supposed to be doing. Hey, kazoos. Gotta go. What is that? This is like the worst emote. Consolidate game simulator and phase simulator so that they aren't both needed. I just don't understand why I would have done things this way. We only ever make a phase simulator or a game simulator inside of this function. Why should this even exist? Why wouldn't I just put all that code right here and then merge the two classes? I don't see a reason. Well, except for the phase simulator would get out of control. It'd be like 600 lines of code. Probably be pretty hard to track everything. I could just skip this task too. Just skip everything I don't feel like doing. I just don't know why I did this. Let's look at the log of this file. Antimatter tape. You're gonna burn to a crisp. Oh, what? May? This was 2 months ago? I don't remember this. Maybe the client can call into it. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, looks like I did not have a good reason to do this. Chord metrics are just equal to is on game server. I just consolidate everything into this class and everything would be fine. Problem is there are some extra functions here too. Compress code, decompress code, record metrics, set up arena. Okay, well, I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. Consolidate game simulator into phase simulator. There was no reason for both of them to exist. If I had to guess, game simulator was probably back before there were phases in the game. When was this made? If it was before August, no, it was September. I added a game simulator that simulates an entire game phase as quickly as possible. For right now, the resulting actions are being sent immediately. What does this usually look like? Okay. Huh. Yeah, I think we get rid of this. I think before we do that, we check this in. What a great change. Still not understanding how you can wait so long for dinner. Did I hear new branch? I don't know if I'm going to need a new branch for this. This will probably just be done in one commit. Fix small to-do item. I was always reporting metrics in the game simulator, even when record metrics was passed in as false. Okay, so consolidating the two of these is just a big copy paste job. Right, I think so. I don't even know why metrics collector is there. What is the point of this thing? Should have commented this more. And where is this called? Record life metrics. Arena game simulator metrics collector record life metrics. Apply damage to entity. Okay. Okay. He is Frianch. I'm American. Oh, what a mistake. What a mistake this was. This is going to be like 800 lines of code when we're done. Set up arena. And why is this even here? Because we call it from here too. I'm not sure, Nuffly. Second display changes brightness every once in a while. My monitors don't ever change their brightness. So it makes me think it's either a monitor feature or your OS has a way of doing that. And I don't know why your monitor would have a feature for that unless it has some sort of light detection on it. Which, yeah, laptops usually have. So I know it looks like I'm doing nothing right now. What I'm doing is trying to convince myself that this is actually the correct thing to do. Because there is a lot of information here. A lot. I don't know how we'd ever construct this again in the future. Thankfully, we don't need anything extra other than we have the arena. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else that's missing from here? Constants from shared constants. We somehow didn't use those in here. component names. Don't have that either. And then metrics collector. And that's on the game server. Because I guess what, none of this is needed otherwise? It shouldn't be on the game server. None of this makes sense. Okay. Now we take the rest of this. I was responsible for simulating a phase of the game by taking into account when entities run their code and saving all actions performed to a journal. So we just copy paste all this, except for the arena part. We'll put this in the constructor. Yeah, this isn't a terrible idea or anything. This can't even be made though until we have an arena, which means it should probably just be part of the arena. That's actually a really good idea, EJ. Yeah, we should do that. Okay, cool. We do the same thing here. Mr. Balrock, yeah, you're right. It's Imperials collector. My bad. Okay, so the rest of these are just straight up defined there. Okay, and then we just copy paste all of this. And we're done. We're not done. We're never done. Nothing ever gets finished here. Yeah, so then now we have simulate game phase, which is called in the arena, which will call back to this class, but it doesn't know that this class exists yet. I did not see Highlander. I only know the basic premise. So right here, all this stuff changes. Okay, let's just make sure we can see all of this clearly. The arena calls in this simulate game phase, which is this function. So we could replace this entire thing with that. And this is hopefully never called anywhere else. Oh, I hope so. So testaroni. Just put this here. So then this will change into a call to testaroni. We don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this probably, because now this is this class. So then instead of that, what if we just called simulate game phase? And then what? This is miserable. Outcome of phase. So we have the outcome of the phase. We just need the journal, which apparently we never used up here. Yes, great. Perfect. Everyone was asking what channel it was from. You didn't get a screenshot, did you? Because I think that'd be a great conversation to see. I remember the original Fields dialogue, man. The reason why, I still have a picture of it. Where is it? Twitch. No. Games. Oh no. Where'd it go? Don't trust EJ's lies. What is this a picture of? Okay. I can't find it. Yeah, I can't find it. I have a bunch of pictures over here. I have a picture called First Sub. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Feels Dialogue, man. It's probably in my OneNote somewhere. Can't find it. Oh, well, I'm done. So yeah, now the problem is that we have simulate phase and then simulate game phase. And I don't think there should be two of these. This isn't even correct. So if I'm correct, we have completely removed the need for this class. So we can just delete it. Then that'll probably cause some other things to fail. Like this, for example. New game simulator. We shouldn't need this at all now. And then anything that tries to use the game simulator is also going to be destroyed. Oh, God. Oh, this is just bad. Alright. Now I think I know why this was necessary. You have this picture, yeah, but I think you had a picture of... Where is this? I had a picture of the setup for this too. Oh, now I can find this. Here's the conversation. So this is the one you linked in. Yeah, here it is. I knew I had this saved somewhere. I just didn't save it on my hard drive, that's all. Alright, cool. Thanks for looking into that. Yeah, so this stuff about update entity time, this is now going to be impossible. Could the phase simulator? No, I wouldn't be able to do this. The arena would need to have a reference to this so that it knows that this thing should be updated. I wonder where else this gets used. Create artillery shell, probably landmines as well. So landmines, stun, and artillery shell, and that's it. Are there any other results for this thing? I guess this. Yeah. So we used to have an artillery shell system and we could just simulate near infinite time on that to get artillery shells to land. Now that the game simulator handles this, it's better just call into artillery shell land. I guess this is just phase simulator. What else do we have? Oh man. Oh no. This is not as easy as I thought it would be. Yellow face. Hey, Neochromer. Happy 4th of July to you too, Neochromer. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. That's something that Wouter made. Okay, yeah, I ran into two problems here. So one, in order for stun, artillery, and landmines to work, we used to call into the game simulator and update their what exactly? Their time to update? Probably finish tomorrow all my work for this release. Yeah, Neochromer, I think, given what you told me, I think your manager still doesn't see eye to eye with you. So yeah, I think you should have a conversation, but I think your manager should probably be like prepped for that a little bit. I like to say something like, hey, can we schedule a meeting? And you make it something like at least half an hour long so that you can talk about this stuff. Then, knowing that he used to be a lawyer, you pull out a bunch of law books and you educate him. So there was this, and then there's also one other thing, which is the test. The test apparently needed this somehow. Add entity to update, update next entity, remove entity from queue. I don't even know why we have this. Maybe there was a reason for this then. Not having to run the entire game. Is there a point in subscribing to you? Are there alternative ways I can help besides playing botland? No, there's no point in subscribing to me. The way that you could help is when beta comes out, you can spread the word. So that's where you go to this good old website, which I am going to start working on pretty soon. But there's a bunch of different sites on here. For now, if you want to help, you can just follow on all the ones that you're not already following on. And then in the future, I'll probably want to spread this more on the top 3 here. Well, these 3 at least. Because on Twitch, I can kind of handle that. So yeah. And then I will write your name down. Get Neochromer to spam botland everywhere. There. Oh no, that's okay, Neochromer. I'm thinking of just using Bootstrap. And then I just contacted a designer today, and she said she'd be willing to help out. So I just want to make a simple single-page website. And then I don't think that'll be too bad. Well, so I didn't refactor this, and that means that I can't do this. Yeah, and Doran, those are probably gonna be removed eventually once I get other remotes. People just don't end up using them. And while I think they are relevant to the stream, they're only used for spam right now. So we need to undo everything I just did because this is all a waste. We just delete the whole thing. I'm gonna go back into Game Simulator and we say the reason this class is separate from Phase Simulator. Well, the only real reason it's separate right now is so that the test can run a single bot's code. There's probably a way to do that outside of here, but I don't know how. can run. Yeah, we could just give a reference back to the phase simulator, but that won't be guaranteed to exist because test code won't have it. And the whole reason I wanted to do this anyway was to get metrics for this stuff. Or, oh darn it, there's another way we could do this. Oh, there's a way simpler way we could do this. Okay, so canceling this due to the above problems. Also, this made me realize there's a way easier way to do what I was trying to accomplish, which is to have the game simulator return these metrics to the arena, and then have the arena return them to the phase simulator. Yeah, that should be simple. Hey, Spider Dad. Oh, nice. Magic tiles. Include any type of element, they will remain vertically centered. Hey, Zex. Oh, neat. Yeah, maybe I'll just use this. Not do things with Bootstrap. So I gotta finish commenting this. Another commission incoming. The reason this class is separate from the phase simulator so the test code can run without having to simulate the entire game. Why do we even do this? I think this lets us add other bots on the fly. Yeah. God, this is just ridiculous. Alright, well, the way we would change this then is instead of returning outcome of phase, which is the only thing this returns right now, we change this so that it returns the metrics around this as well. And then anytime we call into gamesimulator.simulate, which should be in exactly one location in the code base, we just change this. So it shouldn't be too bad. EJ, I haven't bought those. Whenever I make tacos, I just buy whatever filling I want and a packet of taco seasoning because I've never mixed those spices myself. And then what else do I buy? Oh yeah, tortillas, sour cream, cheese. And if I'm feeling fancy, lettuce. But lettuce is only when you're feeling fancy. Too much effort. So, type is this. We also want to return how long it took to do this. There's elapsed time in milliseconds and num terms simulated. Then I think we need to move on from this pretty soon because I am just burning out super fast on these tasks. I don't know what's going on. There, great. Simulate game base to return all this stuff now. And then wherever we called this, which is where, not that. We only need the journal from here anyway, so I don't care about that. I don't care about either of those. There's this one. Journal outcome of phase. Why is this even done this way? Probably one of these I could have simplified. And then the other two. Num turn simulated equals num turn simulated. I think I know what you're talking about, and I'm pretty sure it's because it's a this parameter. This is what you're talking about? So if I were to not put anything after the colon here, this would have to be a variable that exists in this scope up here. But it doesn't, it's a class variable. So we do need the colon, and we need to say this dot num term simulated. And yeah, this changes to this. Great. And then since these don't change, we have to do this differently. Simulate results. Great. Then we just do something with this, which I don't know what we want to do with that. Probably just cram that into metrics somewhere. Yeah, let's cram it into metrics. No problem, Nuffly. It's doc blocker. So num term simulated and what's the other one? Elapsed time. So metrics, execution metrics. We do something like that, and we hope this doesn't just wipe out the rest of that object. I'm pretty sure it won't. But we need to test this out anyway. So this dot return object dot metrics dot testosterone equals 5, and metrics execution metrics dot testosterone equals 6, and breakpoint. And this all takes place. Actually, when you attack yourself, this should happen too. Let's try that out. Hey, Mr. Cheap. Why did you have 1.5-year-old chili? Oh, chili oil. Oh. Shouldn't that be fine? This goes to underscore exactly how ignorant I am when it comes to perishable food. What do I type to get the comment generated? It's /** enter. So all we're testing here is that object assign works the way I think it does, which I'm pretty sure it does. So we have execution metrics, this is set. Then we do this. And no, that's not set the way I expected. Yeah. We'll just do it this way, because I don't want to wipe anything out. Then the server will get these times, and it'll do something else. So, Mr. Cheap, how long do you think you're going to be sick for? So what do we do with these execution metrics? I didn't think about this either. Probably put it into the game metrics overall. Yeah, it can kind of just be a stat. It's not really a stat though. Yeah, man. A day that I'm back on the chili oil. Smart. Combine metrics. How does this work? We don't have a place for this. This is why I need to do more planning than what I've done. I think everything I've done after lunch so far was just a huge waste of time. I've got to just take a step back from this stuff. And even this, oh man. I'm not happy with how things are going right now. We need to clean up this list too. Yeah, what do I do with this? I think the problem is I kind of pigeonholed myself into one way of handling these metrics. Alright, take care, Endurin. Good day / night / dinner. Yeah, I can't do this. I can't easily do this. Hey, Nakarta. Alright, well, let's get rid of this then. So we keep track of these metrics. They're even sent to the server. We just don't do anything with them. So if I were to print these out, execution metrics. Oh yeah, let's take care of that here and over here. Then we just run a game and we see what happens. What do you do on the days where you feel brain dead? So I feel like that right now. I want to try to change gears to something that I can actually make progress on. I think one of the things that I'm realizing is that I don't care so much about the metrics anymore. I spent a lot of time working on this yesterday. So getting new metrics, I think it's just, I'll just do them when they're needed. If that's what motivates me to do that, then fine. But if I'm just going to spin my wheels right here, I think this is a bad idea. Anyway, let's try this out. So what we should get is execution information. And do we have it? Yeah. Num term simulated 25, elapsed time 53. So that should be exactly what we see over here. Turns 25, 53. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we're just not going to use this. We have it, but we don't care. And that means we're done. I have provided no value. And eventually we can use this information to figure out how long it's taking for games to simulate this stuff, but it's not going to do anything yet. Yeah. Note the account server doesn't do anything with these metrics. Because of how the database is structured / interface with Rena. It seems like you're oversaturating the amount of stats you're trying to get. It seems convoluted. I disagree with that, noob, but I guess that's because I have the picture in my head of what I'm going to do with these things. So what I was trying to get are some sort of basic stats about the game that can affect decision making for balance in the future. So hardware, what's most popular, what's least popular, bot lifespan, how long does an average bot live for, and what was the other thing? Oh yeah, game simulation. How long does it take? How long does a game last for in turns? So these things may seem like, oh, they're just extra fun stats, but I don't think so. I think that by knowing a bot's lifespan, you know how quickly our battle is taking place, and what does that let you do? So for example, botland used to be such that bots would get into a battle and like 2 turns later they'd be dead. Their life was, I think, set to 1,000, and artillery did like 600 damage, so it was 2 hits and they died. And if you don't know the average bot lifespan, then you don't know if you've got a problem here except by how the game feels. And a lot of the times something can feel wrong even though it's not really wrong. So anyway, that was bot lifespan. Same thing with the game simulation. If games are lasting for, I don't know, 600 turns or something like that, which is possible, and maybe that's desirable, then yeah, cool, then great. But if we want them to be faster, or we want them to take less time to simulate, anything like that, there are a lot of stats here. I think they can be helpful. Now, there's a lot more that we can do even above this, and I'm trying not to do that. I wanted to get the surfacey things at least. Yeah, so I think from now, I'm going to try to just clean up this list and just figure out what I'm doing. So let's put all the dashboard tasks here. Or you know what, let's separate these. We'll say metrics dashboard and its own entire thing. And we'll put all that up there. So figure out how I'm going to tackle this. So research how I'll do this. Try out Mosaic, try out Grafana. Yeah, this stuff kind of goes over here. I want to try Mosaic out again at some point, because I don't really think I gave it a fair shot. Figure out how I'm going to store any computed data. I want to see how account signups change hour to hour to day, etc. Yeah, I think I would just store this locally and have some way of recomputing this, but I don't think this is worth keeping on the list. Dashboard. Okay, I'll put this here. So consider making a dashboard. I mean, I guess. Yeah, this we can just tab back. Track simulation time for matches. We're not doing this. I got these values to the account server. I don't have an easy way of saving them, given how game stats works. Clean up this entire list we're in the process of doing. So let's move everything over here. Finished / canceled metrics tasks. So these things are all done. I mean, it's not like we got nothing done so far in the last day and a half. It's just not quite as much as I wanted. Yeah. Uptime for each endpoint, how long it takes to simulate a game on average. So CPU idle for, track system information. Just finish 1 year development of a dashboard for customers to see data transform for easy consumption from 4 different data sources. Took 1 year in a team of 5. Oh, definitely, but this all depends on how sophisticated you want a dashboard. So for example, I already have a dashboard in the form of this. If I want to click like, oh, hey, how many people have played games today? I just click this button and I hit send. So at the bare bones dashboard of just using Postman would probably take me like 2 more hours to finish. Just add in some more APIs for this. So if I want to make a slightly prettier dashboard where I'm displaying all of this stuff at once, or at the click of one button it displays all of it, that might take me like a day. If I want to make it in nice little panels, that could add a couple of days. If I want to make something really nice and fancy and probably like what you did, Mr. Balrog, yeah, I'm sure that would take me way too much time. But I don't think it would take me too long to get something like just slightly better than this up and running. And it's never a goal of mine to have something like super pretty or really what I would say is like customer level of polish. It would just be something for me to look at, and if ever anyone else were running Botland, for them to look at too. What other metrics do I even want? Yeah, I think we just need to move away from this for right now. We have this information from Google. Yeah, so let's get rid of this stuff. Hardware usage frequently. You're not working against legacy data and data structures and sources. Yeah, there's one source and it's the account server. Well, I guess technically there could be another source too, but yeah, in general, my use case is just greatly simplified, I think. And looks is for last. Yeah. And I'm not saying I can get everything done with metrics in like 2 days. I'm just saying if I wanted something just bare bones that's usable. Well, for one, I already have that in the form of this and in the form of this. If I want anything that's shown here, I can just manually type this in. And in order to convert this into the easiest way to be used, I would copy paste this code into my actual code base, hide it behind a password thing that I already have, and then just call into it. And that's the easiest way. Consider a statistic like, given the 105 people who own Infernal lasers, how many people are using it and on what basis? Yeah, I think this is something for the future. We should probably just write down on a to-do list somewhere. Let me go find this. Let me say like metrics. This list contains some metrics that may eventually be interesting. Add a column to the scripts table for num updates. How much is someone's rank changing each day? We have a way to get whose rating changed the most. Where's that? That's here. Yeah, find out who gained the most glyco rating. Here it is. And this has a certain time frame on it that we can use too. Oh, definitely Neochromer. Yeah, I plan on doing that. In fact, enough people were talking about that where I added it as the last question in the FAQ. Will there eventually be mobile app / phone version of the game? So that is the goal. Yeah, so if I wanted to, I could log into Botland right now and see who's gained the most rating for attacking in the last couple days. The problem is not many people have been playing, so it's not going to be too helpful. But I think we kind of have a way to do this. Well, we have a way to see someone's rating changing. We have a way to see someone's rank changing. That's a little harder. I guess I'll just add that to that list. A statistic around how much WebGL being bad on mobile versus OpenGL, yes. Yeah, I imagine we're going to have a really hard time making an app if we can't just make a WebView wrapper. I don't even know what I'd do. Because if I have to make an app natively, for one, I think it would take me like at least 6 months to do, and that would give me one app, and then I have to maintain multiple code bases. So I don't think that'd be feasible. But whatever, there'll probably be some floundering, and then either, I don't know, everything comes crashing down, or we figure something out. Just like always. Actually, something else we could try is on the mobile apps, just not use WebGL. It probably wouldn't be too hard to change my code base to just fall back to Canvas, which Pixie lets you do anyway. But then I'd lose a couple of features, like filters. How much people's ranking changes each day. app could just be a web view and initialize a web mobile version of the game. Yeah. But like Hideo said, it's going to be tough given the difference between WebGL and the embedded system in OpenGL. Number of times a player was attacked each day. Yeah, this is already done. How frequently someone wins or loses based on computer level. That's all done. Hey, Bulbatondo. Were you here earlier today? And yeah, I'm still live, but and my productivity as of the last 2 hours is pretty bad. And I think yesterday was a pretty normal day, right? I think productivity was worse in the morning yesterday, but I think I ended up streaming the full time, yeah. How many bots and chips a player had alive at the end of each phase? Also be helpful to know the CPU life. I'm just going to save these because there's no way I'm doing these now. Consider tracking the power of a particular defense. Yeah, I see. How many times a particular defense? Yeah, 2 months still beta. I don't think the game's in bad shape now. I definitely don't think it's ready for beta yet. And we have 2 months, and I'm going to be working on it for that time. But right now, the game is playable. We've got attacking, defending, avatars, watching replays, the store, basic settings, sounds, salvage packs, and scripting and everything. That's all working. There's music missing. I'm working on that on Thursdays. So there's music missing, and there's like UI polish. Basically just, I put the high level items on this to-do list. So if you go down to the high level to-do list for this, it's not even too many different sections. Some bug fixing, back-end metrics, which is what I've been working on, more content, UI, some of the new graphics I have to incorporate, infrastructure improvements. So not too many different sections. And honestly, if I was missing some of these things, it'd still be okay. Well, metrics involve lots and lots of SQL queries. Ideally, no, but at first I think it's going to, yeah. And I don't think it's a lot of queries, because I don't need to run them all the time. There could be some that are run once every hour, some that are run on demand, some once per day. For a particular defense. I could see whose defense is the best. Okay, so get rid of this now. In commencing a phase, log which hardware is being used by the attacker and for how many bots. Get game servers to return metrics information, starting chips and bots. I'm not going to do this stuff. Yeah. I'm not going to do this. Hey, Darren. Great job. Congratulations. Great job on what? Can make a React app and watch them in real time. It doesn't necessarily have to be React for me to do that. Like, yeah, I definitely could. I don't think there would be a need to watch them in real time, at least a lot of those. I think one that could be interesting, the only real-time statistics I would think is probably active users and new accounts, something like that. Oh yeah, and like infra health, so things like CPU usage, ping, whatever, those sorts of things. These are the only ones I think should be real-time. Everything else is kind of just, yeah, whenever I find it interesting. This could be helpful to know. This actually could be really helpful to know. Because I have a feeling this is happening a lot. that server cost for what? Varying botline data like user ID. Wonder how hard this would be. Yeah, I wonder if Google Analytics lets you set something pretty basic at the beginning. Here it is. So creating a tracker, getting and setting tracker data. I wonder. Get data stored in a tracker, updating tracker data. Can you set just arbitrary data to have it record? Because if I can just set their user ID, I know when you create a tracker, you can kind of do this. Yeah, here. But what, can you set this later? Google Analytics set user ID after creation. Oh, that's easy. That's really easy. Do you have API endpoints for the statistics? No, those, well, I guess technically yes, but those are going to be password protected. Or will you use analytics ones? I'm using analytics for some things, but the problem with using analytics is that people can ad block the entire script, and if they do that, then I won't get any of that data. So if it's something that's pretty critical to botland, like how many people are using this kind of hardware, I can't trust the client with that. But if it's something like what page are you on, yeah, sure, I can trust the client, that's fine. Or rather, it doesn't matter whether they lie about that, because it doesn't matter if they're on the store when they're really on something else. Yeah, let's try this out then. So we'll say set user ID. Hey again, Mr. Bubble. Wrap your API around the analytics one. I think you'd mean the other way around, because if analytics is involved, like I said, it could be just lost by certain clients. So set UID to the user ID. Do this here, and then we just need to call this function whenever you get your user ID. Set my player ID. Here it is. And yeah, if analytics were set up, then we just do this here too. So this dot analytics Hey Capillara. Yeah, so this should work. I don't know how we test this. I guess I go to Google Analytics and we try logging in and we see what happens. But I don't know how we're gonna. Whoa, what is this? Look at this, guys. So Google Analytics Home, 73 users in the last week. Yeah. 105 sessions. Session duration is about 9 minutes. Users by time. It has to be from 9 to 5 because I don't have the game online outside of there. So there's apparently people trying to connect at 1 a.m. who can't. And then sessions by country. A lot of people in the US. A lot of people in the Netherlands. How do you acquire users? Yeah, direct. People are just coming from this channel or typing in the name. Source, I'm guessing Twitch would be on here. Quirk tools, what? In the world is Quirk tools? I don't know if I even want to go to that site and find out what it is. How are your active users trending over time? I don't really care about this yet. In beta, I will. Page value $0. Yeah, so we have a bunch of analytics in the game for where you are looking. We can actually take a look at how people flow through that. Retention, device usage. Yeah, I expect most of these people to be on desktop. Okay, well, there is kind of a way to do this. Welcome back, Capillara. 10 months. 10 whole months. Thank you for resubbing. Okay, let's try this. Let's try enabling analytics no matter what. So enable equals true. And then what we'll do is we'll log in and I'll save my defense. And we'll see if it actually tells me what my user ID is. So here we go. Click this button. We go save my defense. So I'll just make a new bot with lasers. Save. And let's see if it worked. So events in the last 30 minutes, defense, save. Do we get to see who did this? Apparently not. I don't know where I would even see this. Yeah, I don't know where this would even show up. You probably can't break it down by user ID. It's probably aggregated data. Or I'm not calling this correctly, one of the two. I don't know. We don't have any errors here at least. This could be anything. Google Analytics user ID. Do they say how it's used? To set up user ID feature, you must first enable it in your analytics account and then implement it in your tracking code. Oh. You also have to create a user ID view. Learn more and read about them before you implement this. Hey Images, how you doing? Oh man, it's crazy. User ID lets you associate a persistent ID for a single user. Yeah. Okay, all this makes sense so far. Generate your own unique IDs. Consistently assign IDs to user and include these anywhere. Yep, fine. Engagement like link clicks and page or screen navigation. Okay, cool. First enable the feature in your analytics account. Edit permission required. And then modify your tracking code. Okay, and then limits. Only display data for session in which an ID is sent to analytics. It should be sent as soon as you log in, so I just won't know who didn't get to log in, which I guess isn't really helpful data anyway, right? Right now we kind of actually have some data around that. If you take a look at, where is it, page information? Somewhere to do this, I don't know where. Behavior? Engagement? Not quite. No, this is all just Google Analytics data. Ah, there it is, users flow. Yeah, so a bunch of people make it to the app and one of the first things they'll see is no WebGL. meaning that their browser doesn't even support WebGL. What I think this is saying, so if you don't have WebGL, you can't play the game. If you can't play the game, you can't even log in. And if you can't log in, I think it's this point that's going to start to matter. Oh wait, this is only for that particular view. Oh, never mind. I don't care about this then. All right. User calculated differently in user ID views. Day range is limited to 90 days. It's attributed differently. Yeah, I don't care about a lot of this stuff. Okay, cool. Nice. So then we just have to enable this. It says learn more. So let's click that. So sign in, click admin, navigate to the property. You want to implement user ID. Click tracking info. Okay, so I'm going to do this off screen. Click admin. Where is that? Admin. Oh, bottom left. Okay, cool. Got it. Navigate to property in which you want to implement it. Got it. Click tracking info. There. Got it. Click user ID. Okay, so it gives me this page. To use this feature, you have to enable it in your account by agreeing to the policy in the steps below. Set up and configure a user ID in your tracking code and create a user ID. You must agree to the user ID policy. Okay, so I'd have to read through this, which you can't click apparently. Oh, there we go. Wait, didn't I read this? Well, I'll read this again, but let's read this part too. Just make sure you have full rights to use this. Yes. Give your end users proper notice about the implementations and features of Google Analytics. Notice about what data you'll collect via Analytics, whether this data can be connected to other data. You will get consent from your users or provide them with the opportunity to opt out. You will not upload any data that allows Google to personally identify an individual, such as names, email addresses. Yeah, that should never make it there. If you upload any data that allows Google to personally identify your analytics account can be terminated. Yep, not going to do that. You'll only session stitch authenticated and unauthenticated sessions of your end users if your end users are given consent. Yeah, I don't plan on doing that either. Okay, so then all I need to do is modify my terms of service to make sure we mention this. I did read this. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have to modify the terms of service and just make it very clear what I'm using this data for. We'll just copy paste the relevant part of this so that I don't mess this up later. Where did it go? Here. Include Google Analytics warning / information. I'll say information. In the end user license agreement. You will give your end users proper notice about the implementations and features of Google Analytics you use. Yeah, so basically this works out to, I'm tracking page views and I'm tracking certain actions you perform in the game. You're welcome to just ad block Google Analytics on my page and you won't be tracked. Well, you won't be tracked by Google, I guess. Yeah, so I'll have to add this to the EULA. I think that's all I'm using it for right now. Is, yeah, log page view, and the only event that we log in the entire game is saving your defense. So they're very, very minor things right now. But in the future, it could be used for things like how many times do you, whatever, any other event in the game. So if I have ad block enabled, Google can't stalk me. Well, on this particular page, so what happens and what a lot of people are going to do is this. They're going to try to download this particular script, analytics.js from googleanalytics.com. And this is the advice that Google gives you as a developer, is to just copy paste this into your code. So this script is something ad blockers certainly know about. And if it doesn't get downloaded, then yeah, there's no way for me to contact Google using this. And I know some people will use that. If, let's say, even 2% of my users don't have ad block enabled, then I'll get some data at least. My goals in using this are to improve the application. Google probably has their own goals. So anyway, I agree to this. Then next step, I'm going to do this part off screen because we don't know what this is going to do. Setting up user ID requires a change to your tracking code and should be completed by a developer. Yeah, I already did this part. I did this. Actually, no, they do this differently. They have this as their code. GA set user ID. The value of user ID is a string and represents the stable and unique ID retrieved from your system. Yeah, so I think we just put this here, user ID. And of course window.ga. Yeah, cool. User ID field must be set after user identified. What is this? The value must be set for all hits. We recommend using the set method. Yep. All subsequent pages. User identified should also set this value. Consider the effective session unification. By default, we can turn it off if you need to. Yeah, I should go figure out more about this. Oh, I don't really care about this. Yeah, I can turn it on, but it doesn't matter to me. Because before a user logs in, it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so next step, create the user ID view. Create a user ID view to analyze data from sessions in which a user ID is detected. So just click create. Botland user ID view. What, does it work? Is that it? I don't know what I'm doing now. Oh, I'm in it. Okay, yeah. So let me see if I can show you guys this. Neato. So here is my new user ID view. And we're going to click, I don't know what. I'm guessing the application I'm going to go do this. So I refresh the page. I log in. My ID is going to be 4. And I save my defense. So let's hit save. And it should log that I just got an event from a particular user. Oh, it got the event. It got save. I don't know how to check what user did this because it should be associated with user 4. How do we do this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you view this. I should probably take a look at this later. It says users right now 1. But I don't see a user ID anywhere. Hey, for real. Aren't you afraid right from the start using and investigating a solution which is in some ad blocker is blocked by default? Mine, for example, blocks that. Don't you think you could have incorrect data on specific parts of the app? Incorrect data, I'm not too worried about. Incomplete data is what I think you're getting at. And the reason I don't think that matters too much to me is because if you think about it, there's going to be, let's say there's 1 million users for some site. And let's say 50% of them have ad block. So you're still going to get 500,000 real sessions, real data. So with Botland, we're not going to have anywhere near these numbers, right? We might have, 100 users and let's say 80 have ad block. I imagine there'd be more ad block users for Botland than for some normal site. So we'd get 20 real sessions, and that's still valuable. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. Because Hideo, the alternative is me coding this myself and then tracking it myself and then having charts and everything myself. And I think that, so the benefit of that system is that I'll have full control, but the downside is I'd have to do everything, and I don't think I have the time for that. So in beta, if I lose out on even 90% of the data, I think that's totally fine. I don't think we'll lose out on that much, but yeah. So yeah, I don't know what to do on this page in order to figure out who's who. Yeah, it says active users. There's one active user on Wednesday. Like, the whole point of this, I thought, was to figure out, wait, user explorer. Resource not available. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Lycan. You can also just ask users of the beta to disable for your site. That's true, I can. I don't know if they would do that. And I don't plan on having ads during beta, so I don't know what else there would be to ad block besides that. So they would probably be more willing to do it, but I don't know if they'd still do it. Yeah, so assuming this gets called correctly, I think we should be fine. Let's put a breakpoint here and just make sure it's getting called. As soon as we log in, it should get hit. Yeah, perfect. And the user ID is 4, yeah. Yeah, well, that's fine. Okay, well, that sounds good. So get rid of this enable. Nice. Set user ID in Google Analytics. Why do you even care about Google Analytics? Couldn't you code the features you want yourself? I think it would take a long time to do that. So why do I care about it? Let me show you a particular page in Google Analytics that is something I don't think I'd ever do. And it is this users flow. So take a look at this. I think in order for me to make, wait, this is the wrong thing. Oh, I want it to be on play.bot.land. All website data. Yeah, so take a look at this. You can break it down in ways, like I said, I don't think I'd ever do this. So people from the US, they go to, highlight traffic through here. They go to the starting page and then the news page. So you all have to go through the starting page. Then you go to the news page. Then a bunch of people go to the game. Some people go straight to the store. And like, I could track this in a way that's pretty detailed. And maybe this varies by country or something. Maybe people in right to left reading countries are going to go to different pages first, and I can use that data for something that I didn't know I could use it for. So I look at this as, this is tracking stuff I don't even necessarily know I want to track. I guess I also have to include what it is. So in the end, do I completely care about this? Do I need to do this? I don't know. I think it would just be very time consuming to do it all myself. If you're accepting purchases from the EU, you have to have some message about cookies for all users. That's the kind of thing I think will be helpful to know for release. We're probably not going to have payments in the game until probably like at least January of next year. And that's assuming the beta even goes well. It's possible beta just fizzles out. Then we don't have any work to do. When you log in, your user ID will be associated to your Google Analytics data. But is the event tracking isn't a feature you want? So I'm really only using Google Analytics right now for page views, and that's it. I have an event for when you save your defense, and that was just to test something out. I don't really need this. And I think that that's still valuable information, and it would still take me a long time to do that myself. Well, I don't know how long. I guess to log the information might take a day, But in order to make those dashboards and everything, that would take a very long time. Okay. So dashboard, then we have this stuff still. Is there anything remaining? Yeah, this is done. This is done. Here's how many people are playing. We kind of have this. Yeah. Keep track of how many missions each individual player has completed. We may even want to show this to the player. This is pretty simple to do, and I probably should do it. Hey, Pickle. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. We have this whole users table, and we have a bunch of data in here. I could just add a number that says something like number of missions completed. And that's it. And since you can only get one per day, it can't be more than the number of days your account's been alive for. And it only can get incremented once per day. So I don't think there's really much of a cost to this. Now we just won't let you fetch this information. Yeah, I'll do this. I don't think this is that bad. So we need another migration. God, we need migrations for everything. I'm guessing real applications have like 500 migration files. So call this, uncall it, call this, cd database, connects, migrate, make users num missions. So we want to alter a table. I don't know where we do this. Where? Ah, there it is. Alter table. We'll just copy paste this whole file. Okay, so none of that matters. Reasons for even adding this column, I don't blah blah blah, don't care about any of this. So it's going to be num missions completed. Do we care how many you abandoned? We could include that stat here too. Yeah, probably. Might as well add it, it's pretty simple. So instead of being booleans, these are going to be integers. Not nullable, default to 0. Cool. Dumb law made even dumber for country. Why would I even want to know how many missions you abandon? It's an easy stat to track. It's an extra 4 bytes per user, so it doesn't really matter. But does it mean anything? I guess it can give you a good idea for whether a player is advanced or not. I bet players who abandon the more missions would probably be the hardcore free-to-play players. That's what I do in Hearthstone. I'm a hardcore free-to-play player. Yeah, I mean, when you live near Test a bunch, you gotta be careful. Okay, so num abandoned, num completed. We also need to finish this migration. How do we even do that? Connects, migrate, latest. That's not how you do this. Or it is how you do this, but you just do it from here. Okay, perfect. Now we've got it. What do we do? Well, in database wrapper, when you abandon a mission, we just increment that number. So where do we update users? Here. So num missions abandoned is going to be this dot connects dot raw num missions abandoned +1. Or we could just fetch this information. We don't need to use a raw query. I think that's more obnoxious. Let's do that up here then. Done db user dot this +1. Did I? Yep, I did that right. Okay, and then yeah, test this out. So when you complete a mission, we're gonna have to do something like this. Finished mission? What do I call this? Update, grant, completed. No, that's not right. Update mission progress. What knows if you completed this? This? Object to save. Oh boy. Well, at least this is in a transaction. And we update users, but only if the bot coin reward is there. No. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Okay, well, let's do this. User update object. If size user update object is greater than 0, then we do this step. Not this. Got it. Got it. Perfect. And then if you completed the mission, oh, you can complete multiple missions at a time. So we need to know how many you completed. Let num missions completed equals 0. If is complete ++. And down here, if this is greater than 0, num missions completed equals trx.raw. Done. Okay, perfect. Let's try it all out. Yeah. Just gonna close out of all these things. So we restart the account server, and that's the only thing we need to restart. And now we just go complete a mission or abandon a mission. So we could look at users. We should have something all the way at the end here. Yep, num abandon 0 and 0. Let's log into Atom. Let's go abandon this mission. Click. And now that should be 1 and 0. Yep. Alright, take care, 85 Filter. Hope you don't sleep for another 13 hours and then feel like an elephant for some reason. So we're not allowed to abandon another mission until tomorrow. Time in UTC. We are 2 hours away from tomorrow, so not gonna wait for that. Let's go fix it. Has abandoned mission today. Where are you? I'm never gonna find this. Oh, filter. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Oh, that's filter rows. Oh. I want to filter columns. Is there a way to do that? Sorted columns. Well, that's too bad. Form editor. Whoa. And field types. Okay, well, it's somewhere over on the right because missions are pretty new. Oh, come on. Describe users. Abandon. There it is. Oh, it's not on the right. It's like the 8th thing in. Why am I so bad at finding these? There it is. Gotcha. Yeah, so that's what we want to find. I don't know what happened here. I think it's still filtering. Yeah, there it is. Has abandoned mission. We just changed this to 0. That took an awfully long time for me to do. And now we abandoned another mission. So refresh the page. Abandon. You can't right click and then hide them? I don't think so. Yeah, 2 missions abandoned. Okay, perfect. So I think this one's working. Now let's try completing missions. So this, deal 5,000 damage with the splash damage from artillery. Let's make this super easy. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do update users, set computer level equals 10, where ID equals 2. So this player is going to have a gigantic defense. And then we're going to make a bunch of bots. Click, 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 click. Perfect. And those bots are going to basically do nothing. Oh, which means that they're not going to move, which means that splash damage isn't going to work. No, it's good enough. Let's try it out. So we're going to go attack them and forfeit that match. And here we go. Whew, it's beautiful. Artillery level 3. And now we just put down a bunch of these bots and prepare to complete the mission. So these bots are set to clump up and repair each other and shield each other. Why do they need to move to get splashed? Yeah, if they're close enough, it works. But if they were spaced out enough and didn't move, then there'd be no splash damage done. But yeah, this is fine. Well, that's definitely dead. Perfect. So how much splash damage did I do? Missions. 5,000. Okay, cool. So I completed the mission and earned 15 bot coin. So now if I refresh this, we should see none completed missions 1. So what I should do is try completing 3 missions at the same time. And then we can be pretty sure, or actually even just 2 missions at the same time. It's going to be tough to do. I mean, we could just look at the code and try to be happy with that. Now missions completed ++, and then add that to here. Looks good to me, but we really should try it. So how do we even get multiple missions? Grant. Mission util generate mission. Get missions. Something in here knows to do that. Right here. If util has at least 1 day pass. So if true or util has at least 1 day pass. Let's do that. So now basically every time we look at the mission log, we're going to have a new mission in there. Right? Oh, I forgot to restart the server. So yeah, we just go back to that page. We got a new mission. Go back to the page. Hey, want a new mission? Give me a new mission. See you, Spider Dad. Have a good night. Oh, perfect. Okay, so there. And now we want a 3rd mission. Give us the mission. Perfect. So, how do we do all 3 of these? It's going to be pretty tough. Practically impossible. Let's abandon this one. Yeah, there we go. Still going to be pretty tough. Unless we make it so that there's very little to do. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. So mission constants. We'll do this. Goal, 1 damage. Goal, 1 reflected projectile. 1 absorbed damage. There. We now have easy peasy missions. You should catch up with chat? What do you mean? Oh, how did I miss those messages? Huh, yeah, there were a couple I had missed. Isn't Tupperbox working on an analytics tool with dashboard? I think so, although I think that's for a particular site, isn't it? And am I going to watch fireworks today? I'm not sure. We should be able to walk to a place where we can see fireworks. And it all depends on how my wife feels. I think if she's not up to it, I'm probably not going to go there on my own. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, missions. So I need to do damage to something. Who has the crazy defense? Not that person. Here. Okay, so these need to attack so that I can absorb it or reflect. So we'll make a really basic set of bots here. Lasers level 1. And then we'll go to the store and we'll buy a cool cosmetic piece. The ninja hat. There. Best defense. Alright, here goes. So we have 3 missions. We're going to complete probably all 3. And the number of completed missions we have so far is 1. So we expect this number to go up to 4. Hey Nate. So we click attack. We make a bot with reflect and shield and artillery and probably melee, no, lasers, missiles. Alright, and just let them run loose. Reflect, shield, figure it out. So we'll put down a bunch of these. And we hit commence. And as soon as we refresh this actually, we must have lost. How's it possible to lose? Apparently that's how. Okay. Well, we just need to win the game. Can't be that hard. Yeah, this is a guaranteed win. So then if I refresh this, why does it still say num completed missions 1? Oh, does the game server not know it's completed? Was it? It says num completed missions 4 now. You can win. You can get mission progress in an unranked match. That means. I guess it's okay. Well, it works. We tested it. So we're getting rid of this change. Don't want those goals to be set too low. And then this stuff seemed pretty straightforward. Yeah. Track number of missions abandoned / completed. Great. We're not doing this. That's still helpful. This is all done. Just move this to the bottom of the list. What else? Add a column to the scripts table for num updates. We can derive a version number from this if we want, but it's also just a useful metric to have. That way we know whether people are modifying a single script many times or if they're making new scripts frequently. I'm not going to do this right now. I do think this is pretty helpful though. What are you going to do with that tracking data? Just metric data or something that is going to be based off of it? So a lot of what I have here, there's at least some reason why I have this here. So for example, total number of accounts that have completed the tutorial. This would be helpful for me to know how many people signed up for the game and just never finished the tutorial. And if that number is large, I could try to figure out, okay, where did they get at least? Like, when did they stop playing? So we could do this for any of these, right? Accounts created in the last hour a day. This will let me know, is there growth when botline comes out? Finding win ratios by computer level. This is for me to know, is there a computer level where it's imbalanced for defenders or attackers? We're going to try to aim for probably a high win ratio for attackers at the beginning. So like first day that you're playing, you're level 1, and then you probably get to level 2 in the first week that you're playing. So we want the win ratio to be skewed toward attackers here, and probably still to be skewed toward attackers here. And then we want level 3 and beyond to be like a 50% win ratio. So that when you start out, the thing you're actively doing, you have an advantage at it. And then as you move on, it's harder and harder for, well, either player to be favored. So you can do that for any of these things and just say, okay, what's the reason why we had this? Find a number of phases taken by computer level, same sort of thing. Like, are games too fast at the beginning levels? Are they too long at the later levels? Something like that. So yeah, I do plan on basing some decisions off of these. And then some of them, like what I just added, num completed missions and num abandoned missions, these are sort of safeguard metrics. If I don't add these at the beginning of the game, then you might do, let's say, 100 missions, and then I finally add in the stat. I won't know how many you completed up until then, because I just won't have that data, potentially. And if I don't, and then I say, hey, there's going to be a new reward for completing 500 missions, then you'd be much farther away from it if I didn't track this. So these are like safety metrics, as I mentioned. I don't really think I need them right now, and I don't know what decisions I'd base on them, but maybe I do something with them eventually, and then they're helpful to have. Because it only took about 10 minutes to add them in. The testing is what took a long time. Yeah, I'm going to just get rid of this too. I know I'm removing a bunch of these tasks. Probably need to be done. Should just go up here. Okay. So yeah, we're left with a few more metrics that we should definitely take care of at some point. I am pretty burnt out on metrics though, so I think we're just move on for today. Hey Goggles. Haven't seen you in a while. Happy 4th of July. So we got to fix this bug. It's actually pretty important. And this is what Hideo had talked about earlier today. And this is a problem that Jason was running into as well. So we're going to do this. An extension to that, if you want to see trends, would be to register also what type of missions or mission details are abandoned. Might be a certain type of mission that's always abandoned because the reward effort ratio isn't there. Yeah. I think that would be helpful. The problem is that I don't have an easy way to do that right now. I would need another table that just keeps track of what missions were abandoned. But I think that is something helpful to write down. Track which missions. The easiest way to implement this is to just make an abandoned missions table that has, or you know what, I wonder, I could do this for Google Analytics too. When you click the abandon button, when it successfully goes through, I could just say, hey, this user just abandoned this. And if I get fake data on this or whatever, then yeah, I just ignore it. And if I get real data, then awesome. Make an event on the client side after successfully abandoning that calls into Google Analytics. I should just do this. Okay, it's hard to debug. These 1 errors hit every frame. There are more errors I'll have to check. This is where this is coming from. Your case I is test uniform, but the data only contains 3 keys and none of them is test uniform. After some searching and debugging, looks like it's a specific error due to unused uniform floats. Oh man, I thought I got rid of this. I think I know what this is doing then. Yeah, darn it. This is because I have a shader called testshader.frag, and then I have another shader called testshader.frag. Only one of them does what it's supposed to. So if I just copy paste this over to here, everything should work. Hideo, are you here by any chance? Or rather is... Oh no, it had to be Hideo. Oh man. Okay, let's do this. Oh, you are here. Okay, yeah, let me try to fix this. So this should look the same as what we had. But ideally now this would just work. Name. Oh man, come on. Oh, I gotta get rid of that. Name is just gonna show up in the cosmetics tool now. Why? Oh, because there are bot entities. Remove life bars. Yeah, remove text components too. Don't render text for names. Yeah, there. That should remove the name property. Come on, you can do it. No, what are you doing? These need to be gone. Do I need to remove these every time this is updated? I think so. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, this is probably the issue. I do know what could cause this. Oh, whoops. This should be, what is this thing called? Bot entities. Where? Update blueprint. I gotta go through all of these? Well, that's frustrating. Yeah, that is frustrating. Is there any other place I do this? Nope. No, there isn't. So where are these set up? There's first bot entity. Where are all of the bot entities? Here. Move all bot creation details, my player. Yeah, alright, fine. I can just do this by what bots you have deployed. This is still super weird. Deploy bots. Shouldn't be red. My player already exists? Yeah, that's fine. Does it work? Nice. Okay, so that's gone. And as far as I can tell, everything's rendering the same way it used to. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any difference. Yeah, I think this is good. Well, that should fix everything, so we can just go try to redeploy this. Names were showing in the arena. Although, why weren't they showing before? Because it'd be your account name, and I didn't have a player name. Is that seriously why? Player. Yeah, that's why. The username was just nothing. So there was a text component. Interesting. Very interesting. Also, the shader was broken due to this. Whatever that issue is. Strangely enough, this only manifested itself on my... See you 3D Extended. Thanks for dropping in again today. Sorry for not seeing those couple of chat messages too. Don't want any feels bad man in the chat. Cosmetics combiner here. Okay, how will I do all of this? I need to deploy it, and then I need to go run this command. I know I wrote a note on this. This, yeah, right here. Yeah, first deploy using deploy.cmd. So we just do this. Done. And exit. Then we run these two things. From the root folder. It shouldn't take too much longer. I expect this would be about like 40 seconds altogether. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So then we do this. What? Local gulp. Oh yeah. We do that and we do this. This one shouldn't even be necessary. Then we push this. Should be this. We should have 2 files changed, possibly more. Yeah. Good. Then point at this, so do ns lookup art.pod.land. Take this IP address, SSH in my Linux box. Type this, and then prod host. Did I add an extra 3 to that? No, it's 133. And then run this command. And hopefully it all just works. I didn't need to do all these steps. I could have, well, whatever. Hey, IDD. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Are you as jaded as I am right now? Are your days going better? It's not that today was a bad day. Just, I don't know, my attitude's been all over the place. I think I just need to mix it up a little bit more on stream. I think 8 hours of metrics is just too much. Well, tomorrow we'll probably look into a dashboard. Spend a day or 2 working on that. Unity gave you a hard time? What were you working on? It's taking a lot longer than I thought. Installing Java, installing unzip. There we go. Okay. So let's make sure it works even just for me. You guys don't have access to this URL. I gave Hideo access this morning. So yeah. Can you try that out now and see if that fixed it? This looks pretty cool. No, right, Noob, I was saying you don't have access. Only Hideo has access. Working in Chrome, nice. Nice. It's actually a pretty cool looking bot. It's not really affected by the secondary color too much though. In fact, I don't think the leg piece is affected at all, is it? Let's just move this entire thing out of there. This leg piece doesn't have the secondary color. I think this was supposed to be part of that mask. Or what? No, I see. The purple's baked in. I wonder if that's how it should be. Because that means if you wanted it to be... Yeah, you'll still have this color in there. I don't know if that's really a problem. I'm not going to even report that. It's fine. Looks like that was the only error. Okay, awesome. Only some warnings, but it's the same as on play.bot.line. I see. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for trying that out. And for reporting that earlier too. Testing your own defense, there's a bug. You know, we never actually finished all the alpha feedback. I should probably just take a look through this now. I don't know why I just did that. Man, there's a ton of lines here too, 268. Let's see what's still relevant here. And let's not delete it from this file. Let's do it over here. So when I load the game and start an attack, the arena is contained and zoomed within my browser. But if I zoom, I lose that perfect fit. The zoom is saved persistently. How to reset? Make the zoom reset? Yeah, this could be a setting somewhere. I don't think I have that anywhere. Zoom options? No. Consider an option for Zoom Arena to fill. Okay, what else? This is all months ago. I want to see what's still going to be here. Yeah, it is interesting that it was only erroring on a Mac. I wonder why. Or it could be that it was erroring, it would error on my machine too if I had cleared the cache or something and I just never did. I don't know. There needs to be a way to tell what attack blueprints you have without placing them or having to click a defender bot. I think I know what I meant by this. Tell what attack blueprints you have without placing them or having to click a defender bot. To pod the blueprint inspector, i.e. something in the blueprint selector itself should indicate which bot is which. Oh, AMD cards? Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, all I know is that Jason has a Mac, so if it's frequently configured with an AMD card, then yeah, maybe it has to do with that. Although I've run into a similar issue before, I think. Either way, it's fixed. We're good. So after 15 minutes of gameplay, I feel like the game is smoother, but still needs a UI upgrade. Attacking feels still too easy. Cloaking is overpowered. Couldn't even play the game. I don't care about this right now. Someone making new defense. I hate seeing this match will not count toward your rating. Yeah, some of this feedback isn't necessarily actionable. I'm going to try to go through this pretty quickly. This is probably a bug. I should write this down here. Many people who have gotten to the top ranks have complained that there's nothing to do for rating anymore. Yeah. You know, a way to see my bots' names before I place them. Okay, after this. I don't play bot lane that much, but I've been stuck with the same hardware since day one. They can't play enough to win enough points to get hardware. Granted, this is because of the loss of my defense, which I also can't improve without further hardware. This has led me to just not want to play at all. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, I got rid of the penalty. Oh man. Yeah, you used to lose money for losing your defense. Bet you're all happy I got rid of that. Turn off hardware acceleration to get web jails not supported. No one used pairs, but no one used hardware. Yeah, this is a good idea. Something needs to show you what hardware you have configured when you're making your script. I don't have a created time on this though. It's probably the created time of whatever came before it. Or I'll just approximate that. Probably February. This is probably from late February. How do I unhighlight a replay? Potato once. No, I'm not necessarily doing anything about these right now. I'm just moving some of them to another list to make sure they're being tracked. But I wanted to see how much of this had been addressed. Very little, it turns out. Display the current computer level of the defender. Unranked matches aren't obvious right now. Yeah, that's already taken care of. Hey, Ski Dog. Ski Weasel. How you doing? You didn't have work today, right? Consider whether this text should be different. Oh, this has been fixed. Yeah, actually some of these things have been fixed. Like, this is not possible anymore for you to get to the point where you can't place your fourth bot. Wait, actually, yes it is. Never mind. Well, anyway. Where did this come from? It was the other day. I said, don't try to weasel your way out of this one or something. Never mind. Show shield values below life values. New defense is immediately available. Some of these things are still gonna need problems. No, it hasn't necessarily stuck. And I probably shouldn't keep saying it. Yeah, we don't even have a save button. When the attacker forfeits and saves 0, the defender gets a replay button. Just add a note. I don't think this is even a problem anymore. If I log in as Adam 2 and I click attack, you'll be playing as Adam 4. So I forfeit and then I go log in as Adam 4. Hey, Rednext. Now we see this. Forfeited without playing a phase, so there's no replay. Yeah, that's not a problem. Massive TNS change. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, even for me, I'm wondering, I think what I should do is maybe spend like at least half a day just doing work off stream. There's a bunch of little stuff that's accumulating. Also, we're running into just lots of little tasks, and I don't like it when I have those for some reason. I think I'm burning out a little bit. Protection from back button. Yeah, we already did this. In fact, I should get rid of the finished feedback. I probably should just modify the original one. This takes unranked matches into account. Ugh. At least I know forfeit should have a keyboard shortcut like cancel. How do I check if my CPU is being attacked? Yeah, I think I added that to another list. Consider allowing people to have way more replays than they can have now and just not doing anything special. Yeah, I think I did that. Way to clone a bot. Oh yeah, I never added that. Yeah, that's one of the things I should add to the to-do list. Duplicate. What are the buttons that they're supposed to be? I have them in as text right now. Duplicate. Add plus duplicate script. There is no way to do this for bots though. I don't know how, yeah, I don't know how you can do that because you need cosmetic items for those too. Hardware would be easy enough and the script would be easy enough. But your cosmetics would just be default. Prevent account creation from being done via script. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. Problem by hardware. Yep, that's been fixed. Any way to enable not locking the camera to the arena? Yeah, no. Found bugs. Feel like the content at the moment isn't enough and you should add something else. Well, if we just keep making things better and better, we should eventually be in good shape. What is this though? Botland scripts? Does this actually exist? Reddit.com/r/botland scripts. It does. Created by I Am a Banana. Okay. I guess I should subscribe to this. The game server is not online. You can't save your defense or attack someone, but you don't get a nice error message. Yeah, what does happen in that case? I don't think I ever fixed this. If we don't have a game server online and you try to attack someone, what? No. Wait, yeah, what? Did I not close this? I did. How is this even finding matches for me? Oh, it doesn't involve the game server, that's why. Oh, it's if you try to attack. So if I do this, and I hit commence, it's gonna fail. Yeah, no error was returned. Yeah, we're gonna add that to the list. If you try saving your defense or attacking someone else, when the game server is offline, you won't be given a nice error. Try this when the account server is offline too, although I'm really less concerned about that. Yeah. Since that should be very rare. But it is less rare that the game server's not online. Yeah, I want to do that. Odd and kind of annoys me. I want to work on my attack script, so I start an attack, create my bots and scripts and stuff. There's no way to save that unless I play the game. Yep. We added testing against yourself. I think it's expected behavior, but I think it's going to be improved. It's annoying me. I'm not the only one. You attack, see the defense, monitor the defender bot, open the inspector. So far, so good. Yeah. Now that I have finally set up a basic defense, I think this is very annoying. My whole replay history is digite. I don't know if I did anything about this. I don't know if I need to do anything about this. I think you get replays for unranked matches. Yeah, you do get replays for unranked matches. But eventually there should be more players to the point where that's not a problem. Hey, Racer. Really quick problem that maybe you can help me with over the stream? Yeah, sure. What's your problem? Why is my EXP not going up? That's nothing I gotta do. Yeah, you still got unranked and no priority for ranked ones? Yeah. No, hopefully that's just not an issue in beta, but we'll find out. Yeah, I think one of the really, really helpful statistics is going to be how many people come back to the game. How many people log in on more than one day. Class name is not a constructor. Converts in a day at once. An important beta statistic is going to be tracking who comes back after signing up. It may be helpful to reach out to... Well, actually, what am I going to do with this statistic? I'm not going to harass users or anything. If I find out you signed up for the game and then you came back a week later and then never again, what does it even mean? I don't know. I don't know what we do. So I don't think I'm going to write this down. Okay, what's the rest of this? Yep. Hammer changes. Then a bunch of bugs. Probably should still look into these. Oh my god. So many of these things. Could make you realize something is wrong. No, but what would I do? Like, okay, let's say I see that someone signs up and they play for 2 hours and then they just never play again. Would I reach out to them? Would I try to look up account information and see what might have frustrated them somehow? I don't know. Because the only thing I could think of is in those cases I would email a person, and I don't think that's a good idea. Export defense, that shouldn't have been. Yeah, these things could have been the case. Try to find out why they're not incentivized to come back. Most people would be on stream too. I think I think a couple things. As far as investigation goes, I have very limited ways of knowing this. For example, your girlfriend got upset about a particular thing in botland. 22 Green Turtles was mad about, what, I think buying an item accidentally. How would I know these things happened? And then the other thing is, as far as asking them, I think in beta, we'll run into fewer people being on the stream relative to the whole player base. But that's if things go well. So yeah, it is something I could track. I wonder if Google Analytics is enough for that, to find out when users come back. Alright, see you, Mr. Balrog. And yeah, Racer, if you upload some code, I can take a look at it. Make sure all bugs from alpha feedback. Where's this file? They are at the bottom of the file. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff. Still a lot of stuff. For feedback, you can look into forums like Reddit. Yeah, we have a subreddit. No one's using this, and I don't really expect people to yet. Except for Botland fan art. Looking great, right? But yeah, in beta, this is where people can talk about things, share their feedback. I would definitely go take a look at this. Yeah, I wanted to... Alright. Well... I don't really want to start the metrics dashboard right now. Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do is go host somebody. So on the stream a little bit early. It's a holiday. Alright, yeah, let's go host Windy Beard Games. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I'm going to shut down Botland. There were 28 games played today. Actually, if I shut it down right now, I might avoid paying an extra little bit of money. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be online tomorrow. We'll probably work on the metrics dashboard. And I'll try to have some sort of fallback work that I could go to after that. Because I think, yeah, there's just a lot of time I got to put in before beta. But yeah, take care. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, Racer, I'll stay around for a little bit and chat. But yeah, see ya.